about 12:33 on Tuesday, October 11th. And the first item on our agenda is going to be presented by John Ely. It's revisions to the marijuana regulations.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So this item is to discuss preliminarily a prospective code amendment to both the retail marijuana regulations and the medical marijuana regulations as a consequence of public comment that was presented a few weeks ago by one of our licensees for a medical marijuana store, as well as our own internal observations processing licenses and responding to alleged violations at other locations, and the increased costs that we see mounting up in the processing of essentially all items concerning marijuana licensing. So what is proposed are essentially four different code amendments, two for the medical marijuana regulations and one for the retail. On the medical marijuana side, first in response to a request from one of our licensees, and that is to allow medical marijuana stores to sell marijuana paraphernalia. The comment that was made was that some individual customers of this particular licensee anyway were experiencing a dramatic increase in prices, and they had to go to different locations to obtain marijuana paraphernalia, whether it's in the form of a pipe or a
Pen or
vaporizer or whatever, in order to ingest the medical marijuana. The board was favorable to that type of an amendment, and so the proposed code change would be to remove the restriction that only medical marijuana, the plant material itself, or infused products can be sold at a medical marijuana store, and to allow the sale of marijuana paraphernalia. Marijuana paraphernalia is a defined term in state statute, actually state constitution, that means exactly what you think it would mean. In fact, in particular, it means any equipment, products, or materials of any kind which are used or intended for use or designed for use in planting, propagating, cultivating, growing, harvesting, composting, manufacturing, compounding, converting, producing, processing, preparing, testing, analyzing, packaging, repackaging, storing, vaporizing, or containing marijuana for ingesting, inhaling, or otherwise introducing marijuana into the human body. That's a pretty complete definition. So the board originally, in the adoption of regulations for medical and retail marijuana facilities, wanted to not allow the proliferation of the sale of paraphernalia, just limiting to it to the stores and retail establishments strictly the marijuana products. So you would have a transaction being complete by a simple in and out of the store, and you wouldn't have customers lingering to shop over T-shirts or clothing or food or any other items that might be for sale. This would relax that restriction only for medical marijuana, not for retail marijuana, and only in the terms of marijuana paraphernalia. So in other words, you still would not be able to sell those other types of items, hats and T-shirts and gifts and things like that. The second change to the medical marijuana regulations would be to increase the license fees. Currently, it is at $1,000 for an application fee, and the amendment would propose to take it up to $2,500 for an application fee. The renewal fee would remain the same. The other change would affect both the retail regulations and the medical regulations, and that would be to charge back essentially the time that is in addition to that which is compensated through the application fee in the form of staff time that is in response to a referral request or site inspection or response to a potential violation, or any additional time that is consequenced and borne by the county as a whole that is occasioned due to marijuana licensed activities. The proposed charge would be in the amount of $350 an hour, and that number was basically taken from the ComDev referral fees and inspection fees that are over application fees. Both regulations would be subject to that additional fee structure and would be charged back to the licensee as a condition of the license. So, if this item is acceptable to the board, we'll schedule it for a regular meeting for a first and second hearing to adopt an ordinance, or if the board would like to comment and direct any kind of changes or perhaps additions or anything else, we'll incorporate those into the regulations.
John, if the medical marijuana accessories, what's the difference then between a medical marijuana and a retail?
They operate under different licenses. Medical marijuana is only available to someone who has essentially the green card, as it's referred to, or a medical prescription that is being serviced by the medical marijuana store. A retail marijuana store will sell or may sell marijuana products to anyone who is over the age of 21.
And the taxes are different as well.
Tax structure is different as far as the sales transaction, that's correct.
So it doesn't sound like there's a difference.
The products are essentially the same, but the actual marijuana and infused products are tracked differently by the state. We license the facilities to be segregated so that retail marijuana can't mix with medical marijuana. It ties into the state's effort to track marijuana production from seed to sale, as it's described in the Marijuana Enforcement Division of the Department of Revenue. And it recognizes, at least in this context, a discrimination in the end user of the products, one being for a medical condition that's in response to a doctor's prescription, and the other being for recreational use, that someone simply wants to consume marijuana in some fashion.
So they have to have a doctor's prescription for a vaporizer?
You would need it for any types of transaction of marijuana or marijuana-infused products. If we want, I didn't really think about that, if we wanted to limit the sale of the paraphernalia only to people who have the prescription or the green card, to allow for the sale of the marijuana itself, that way the shops aren't visited by somebody who's looking to use the paraphernalia for a retail marijuana type of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that there's some difference, but what it seems to me is it gets fuzzy.
Well, we can certainly discriminate. We can limit the sales of the paraphernalia to the individuals who are able to purchase medical marijuana. That would not that wouldn't be offensive, I don't believe, to the licensee who requested it. He was looking for a way to service his regular patients who come in with doctor's prescriptions to be filled, and people who essentially are repeat customers on the same prescriptions, and he would be able to handle all of their needs, kind of thing.
Yeah. I think the issue as it was presented to us was that folks with the medical card could go into a medical facility and they could buy the product, but they really didn't have a way to administer without going to a recreational shop, other than those in Pickens County that can't sell those items, and then trying to match the right delivery device to the product they had just bought.
Right.
And so it was more about getting a delivery device. That's why I was a little concerned about this larger definition of medical marijuana accessories, where it includes equipment for manufacturing, producing, or processing. And I kind of think that we should delete those from our items, because I don't want people buying marijuana to then try to distill it at home or make a hashish type of thing, which we keep reading about in the papers have fire potential. So I'd be concerned about that aspect of it. And I'm sorry if I interrupted, Michael. Did you have further considerations,
No,
or just your point?
I'm just posing a question. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I think we've talked as a board before about making the actual cost of the license commensurate with our staff time. We've come to understand that it's far more than when we originally looked at it, between vetting with neighbors and caucuses, and then re-vetting different aspects of proposals or proposals that come in and then linger and are modified, and the principles are changed and then it's modified again, and it just kind of ends up taking a great deal of staff time up processing a single application. It's not quite as straightforward as we all thought it might be between site visits and everything else, and a lot of staff time. So is there general concurrence on raising the rate? Let me ask that question. Michael and then Steve.
well, I have a further question for John. John, in the medical marijuana, do they get individual prescriptions for a length of time, or do they get a card that allows them to purchase whatever they want at a medical marijuana store?
The prescription is, when you get right down to it, is dependent upon the doctor who's writing it. And however that prescription is written is what controls the ability to purchase. The card is it's like a pre-certification sort of affair. So the card it can be issued, and you, instead of relying upon a prescription, which can be difficult to interpret by somebody at a store, say, and you can get the card, and that card will have a life associated with it, and will have an amount and associated with it, so somebody can fulfill the prescription's prescribed dosage and regularity for the length of time that the prescription is valid.
Okay.
Okay. Steve?
I wanted to ask John the logistics of tracking how long it would take a staff person to process and what the procedure is going to be. So if there was the $2,500 application fee, would that be used up at a rate of $350 an hour initially, and then once that number of hours is exceeded, then we would start tacking on additional charges, $350 per hour?
Yes. That's what's proposed anyway.
Okay, so they get basically $2,500. They might be able to have the whole thing processed for that, but then if it's a more complicated one and it runs into more hours than the $2,500 covers,
Correct.
then we charge them more.
Correct.
And I'd be in favor of that, because I know how hard Jeanette has been working, and since some of these have been very complicated and taken up a whole lot of her time.
And a lot of the time comes into efforts that are expended by the building department, because the inspection and regulation and qualification of a structure for a particular licensed activity has involved a lot more time than anticipated. Also environmental health for the same reasons.
So it's not just Jeanette, but different departments.
Absolutely.
Spending time on it, you know.
Okay. So again, let me kind of ask the board, is there concurrence
I'm
on
fine
the price
moving.
increase?
I'm fine with the fees.
Okay.
I had
And then
discussion about
on the
other.
second item of the accessories, are we fine? And with, again, perhaps, and if this is a state definition, I think we might just have to modify it to say something like explicitly excluding manufacturing, producing, and processing
Well,
equipment.
the definition covers all activities that might be associated with any type of license, and that was the definition's intent. I still think it's convenient to use the definition that's in state law. However, why don't we simply eliminate all of the items that refer to growing operations or infusing operations and limit it only to consumption operations, which essentially would just be the tail end of that
Yeah.
definition.
Yeah. Well, you know, I have to say I'm not as concerned if a medical marijuana patient wanted to start growing at home instead of purchasing. So
Well, they can do that anyway.
Okay, but this says that the medical marijuana outlet would not be able to sell any of those products to those patients. So That's why I'm kind of questioning whether we should leave that portion available to them if they would
Oh,
like.
I see what you're saying. So, okay, if you need
Yeah,
whatever, lights or something like that.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I just.
The way it came to us was more in the
Ingestion
way of
side.
just ingestion type stuff,
Yeah,
as
I'm
opposed to
happy to
somebody.
let it go, and I'm sure folks who want to grow at home probably can find ways to the equipment at any local greenhouse or whatever, Patty?
The only other thing is that I don't know if they buy a certain form of medical marijuana, do they need to convert it, process it, prepare it at home? I don't mean distill it, but
Yeah.
I don't want, I mean, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the different forms.
Marijuana product is the same retail or medical.
Right, but
And the method of consumption is individual choice. The preparation would,
And if
if
they
you
wanna make a
grind it
brownie at
and
home.
vaporize it, there's a
Well,
process.
they probably wouldn't have to buy that from the medical marijuana shop.
Well, I know, but we don't know, and we're taking those words out of the
Yeah.
constitutional definition. So we are amending a state constitution definition, right?
Right, but that's
Can we do
okay.
that?
If-
Okay.
Yeah, and if you'd like, because I think that's a good point, we could ask John to do a little more research before it comes back as an ordinance to say, are there any concerns that, perhaps they might need to compound or,
Yeah,
whatever.
I don't know
And
that-
just take a look at the definition to see that we're really not approving more than we want to, and we're not cutting back unnecessarily.
Yeah, I'd be
on-
more
on
comfortable with that.
Something
Okay.
like that. Okay, but in general, we'd like to see this forwarded and come back to us as an ordinance, so
All right,
there you go.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
thank you.
And were there any other potential cleanups on the marijuana side that we should put into the same ordinance? I mean, the one thing I was thinking of is that the referral should be to the caucus where it's located perhaps and neighboring caucuses, because we've seen where boundaries between caucuses can be very close. And so I personally would like to see that as an enhanced referral.
I would say let's do anything that we're thinking of right
Now.
now and
Yeah.
be done with it. So I'll make that change to the referrals for both licenses.
Okay.
Or both types
Types
of
of
marijuana,
license.
any type of license.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? But we certainly can throw it to John, and John can let us know that other items have been raised by board members, so we think about it after the fact.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to the point where we've actually decided on edibles. We had a discussion, and I saw that on a future agenda, we'll have that discussion, so it may be premature to try to add something at this point unless the timeliness of that.
Yeah, I think there's probably going to need to be a conversation both at this board's level as well as with the city council of Aspen, because anything that's done vis-a-vis edibles probably only makes sense to do in conjunction. The recommendations of the Valley Marijuana Commission we're still working through. We're going to be bringing those back to you. They are not recommending a significant policy change as we at one time thought they might, and so there may not be as big a change, at least recommended from that group as we at one time thought there might be.
Because as the state,
Some
has weighed in and-
state regs have kicked into effect. I don't really
That's
have them
cor-
detailed, but I've
yeah.
read about them, and so we should, weigh those against any other further restrictions in
And-
Newton County.
Right, and I think that's part of the reason that the recommendations from the Marijuana Coalition were pared down is because of the implementation of the new state rules.
So we'll be proceeding with this, and if there is something else that comes forward, we'd amend it in the future.
All right.
Okay, thanks, George, that was a good question. Next item on the agenda is going to be the ski company annual update. I think we're just a few minutes ahead of time. So where did John Ely, did he just leave?
Right here.
Oh, there he is. Sorry. Why don't we just skip forward a little bit, and you could talk about the Woody Creek Metro District supplemental budget requests, and we could go ahead and knock that one off
Okay.
while you're in the room before ski company gets here.
Sure, that's a request for money to cover additional fees and costs that were incurred to form and establish the Woody Creek Metro District.
Oh, thanks.
The request came in from Rhonda Bazil, who's the attorney who put this whole thing together. She worked, I would say, above and beyond the call of duty, and was able to get the item accomplished. The county had earlier contributed $100,000 to the effort, and so we had capped any expenditures. Rhonda knew that there was a cap going into this, but she kept working anyway. She notified us of the overage and basically inquired if there was any way you could help me out on this. I'd appreciate it, but she realizes that there's no obligation of the county to pay any additional money whatsoever.
Didn't we discuss this and decide to pay the full amount?
No, half.
We did discuss
I
it.
thought we voted, I thought Michael said it was close to a miracle we got it done, and let's
Michael
do the full amount.
said it was suitable for nomination for sainthood, I think.
But it hadn't come back to us in a supplemental budget request.
Yeah.
I see.
That's correct.
Yeah.
This is just processing that direction.
Again, I thought that the motion was made and said, let's go ahead and do the full amount. Michael, do you recall that at all, or are we sticking with half?
I can't recall.
Steve?
I remember that it was a half that we had discussed and I thought approved. I was curious about the history of this. Why is Pitkin County paying for formation of the Metro District in the first place? I mean,
Yeah.
it could conceivably have been paid by the residents there, but I
I
can't remember the history of that.
The long and short of it is that as they moved forward towards subdivision and space ownership, they borrowed significant money from Community Bank and were having a very hard time repaying it. And the idea of a Metro District came forward as the appropriate tool for them to help themselves, as opposed to the county perhaps just putting an infusion of cash into it, that this would be a longer-term solution. And I suppose that it may be said the county felt some responsibility as it started the process to see it converted to space ownership. And it was a very long and protracted process. And
the residents are paying for quite a bit of it. It was folded into the initial costs and debt authorization for the establishment of the district. However, there was a concern that if everything was put into it, it would generate a number that would be potentially unaffordable for some of the residences, and then that might lead to a negative vote and the district might not be established at all. So that led the county to making contributions and led, I think, Rhonda to continue working on it after that money was exhausted.
So it's kind of like for the public benefit, we supported it because that was for the most benefit for the most people there.
Right.
yeah, and to kind of see it secured and finished. Okay, so let me go back to the board. Are we interested in approving this as a 21,000? Did anyone want to make a motion as a larger supplement, or is this where we're at?
Well, since we don't make motions during work sessions, I don't believe we just give
Well,
a
we can
nod.
get direction, but
Yeah, I think we should just move on with the half that we discussed earlier.
that concurs around the board? Everyone want to move the supplemental forward?
I voted against it to begin with, so
He does remember that, so we'll leave him out of this one.
Michael, are you okay with
I'm
it?
fine with it.
Okay, Steve?
yeah, the half.
And I am as well. So there you
Okay.
go. That one's moving forward. I see our guests for our 1 o'clock meeting have arrived. We'll take a quick break if you guys need to set up a video or anything like that, and then we'll convene as soon as we're ready. Thank you.
Our esteemed guests. You out of here? You're not staying for budget?
Oh, my God.
They're so good.
Okay, well, let's get a microphone. Now, on these microphones, just point them towards you.
You just move
They
like-
say, make sure the red light's on. They say turn off the red light if you're going to move the base, because it
Then you just have to point it, move it like this to point it towards you.
or towards the
Direction.
speaker on the
Or if you don't want to say something, point it.
something like that. Something like that. Okay. Open mics, yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
have the mic swings to the side.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone who's joining us by television today. It's Tuesday, October 11th. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And we have the Aspen Skiing Company here to give us their annual update. So thank you. We have John Rigney and... Why am I drawing a blank? Mike Kaplan. I know, it's because my thing here says it's going to be Michael Miracle. And I'm like, that's not right. So he's in the back. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thanks. Thank you, Rachel. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate being here. I am joined also by Michael Miracle back there, and he's really responsible for ensuring this happens. As you recall, as you may or may not recall, we actually didn't make it here last year, and we I think it was the first time in 10 years that we didn't come by for an annual update, and sort of, no offense, it was just indicative of how busy we were, and one of the reasons why we needed Michael's talents on board to help keep us rhythmic in our communication. So we're looking forward to speaking with you again today, and I'm also joined by my esteemed colleague, David Perry, Chief Operating Officer. Anybody else back there? Doesn't look like. Anyway, so we just wanted to share a few things about sort of what's going on at Aspen Skiing Company, and I wanted to kick it off and sort of step back, and because really the overall purpose of our conversation here is actually one that Michael, you brought up when we came to you a few years ago, and we presented our guiding principles. And you said, "What do you think? Are we aligned with one another? Is the community aligned with the ski company, and vice versa?" And I think that's a great question, and that's a question we always ask ourselves, and continue to try and use that lens to examine what we're doing and why. So that's really the purpose of the session here today is, let's call it alignment. And with that, I will dive in. Up here are our guiding principles, and what you'll see is they've continued to evolve over the years, but they're pretty consistent. And as we were looking at who we were as a business and where things were headed, we decided it was time to step back and not only look at how we're doing business, but what we're doing, and make sure we're embracing the future and being progressive. I think that challenge is upon all of us in our roles, elected officials, ski company, business leaders, because I do believe, so goes the company, goes the community, and so goes the community, goes the company. It's really, again, that alignment is key, and it's really a crucial relationship, especially for us, where our uniqueness is really driven around the strength of this community and the vibrancy of this community. So as we were stepping back and trying to look ahead, this was definitely foundational in terms of the how we do business, right? Making sure that we're all about renewing and sustaining the Aspen idea, the complete life, nurturing mind, body, and spirit. And it's so familiar to all of us. It sort of rolls off the tongue if you've spent any time here in Aspen, but we also know that it comes to life here on a regular basis. And again, I think that's our charge as leaders in the community. The way we define it a little more deeply is through these core values, through humanity, excellence, sustainability, and passion. And as you stop and really think about those things and what they mean, what we do is actually set goals around each of these four core areas, and we test ourselves against those goals every week, every month, and for sure every year. And so these have really served us well. But as I said, as we're trying to look forward, we felt like there was room to better refine what that means in terms of what we do. And so what we did is we gathered about over 50 of our employees at Aspen Skiing Company, and we had actually 6 facilitators from a group called PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and we had an intensive facilitated day where we stepped back and really tried to peel away the layers and talk about who we are, what we're about, and where we're headed. And we went through a bunch of exercises, some fun, some uncomfortable, some awkward, but ultimately revealing and informative and helpful. And we sort of boiled it down to some of these key words around people and passion, inspiring, sharing, outdoor and sense of place, enriching lives, how we make people feel, sense of welcome, service, spirit, and community. And it was interesting because we spent hours actually getting down to some words, and then we broke for lunch, and the synthesis team said, okay, we're going to turn this into a mission statement, what it's about. And we said, oh, good luck. Maybe we'll schedule a long lunch, right? But they did a great job, and actually Michael led the team, and this is what they came up with. Live passionately. Awaken the spirit, elevate community, honor place. And again, there were 50 people in there. We stopped, we thought about that, we talked about, does the belong in spirit and should be awakened spirits? I mean, you can imagine where it went. But we really came away feeling like this resonated, feeling like this was directional, informative, aligned with who we were, but aspirational towards where we were going. So I'm going to pause there and just see how that's sitting with you guys. One of the things we talked a lot about was elevate community. That sounds, patronizing. Are you really going to elevate community? No, that's not what it means, right? It means we have a role to help this community be all it can be, and vice versa, again. And so that helps, again, inform what we do with our volunteer hours and philanthropically, and the way we treat our employees and all those things. Go ahead, George.
Where community comes into play, I always question what does one mean by community? Where does it start and where does it end? So for the Aspen Ski Company, I know through all of your endeavors throughout the valley and even beyond the valley for the kids programs and through the community foundation. So when you define community, I'm just curious how that conversation went.
It's an interesting question. Geographically, we say the Roaring Fork Valley, but as you know, through our philanthropic work, that extends all the way down through the community foundation, down the I-70 corridor. So I generally view it as the Roaring Fork Valley plus, and to me it depends on what those residents are doing as you get further down valley and how attached they are to the community. So we don't define it too closely. For sure, it's the entire Roaring Fork Valley. I'd also say we think a lot about our role as an employer in the community and the 3,700 employees that we have, and their role in the community and ensuring their quality of life is all it can be, and that's really a key driver. So I guess I'd think about it more in terms of quality of life rather than sort of geographic location.
So on the other page you had share, share, share. So the way, to me, you can fit that in with this mission statement is to share, share, share it. Because I think it does. It says it simply.
Yep.
And I think that makes it work. And I think it works well with you taking those words from the previous slide and consolidating them, condensing them into just saying enough. I mean, and I think that's what makes a mission statement workable. So share, share, share it.
Thanks. Yeah, you're the first ones we're sharing it with, by the way.
That's Steve.
I would broaden your definition of community because you're addressing the community of the whole world. You have customers come from the whole world to use your facilities and enjoy the skiing and the restaurants and everything. And you're also engaged in trying to move the needle on climate change issues, which is a worldwide thing that affects everybody on Earth. So in a sense, you have the local community, but you have the worldwide community also that you're engaged with.
For sure. No, it's a good point. And again, we've gotten involved in some of the disasters across the globe, and for sure on climate change. But we also need to focus, and that is part of what strategy is, right? Is deciding what you're not going to do. And so, we're very much aware of our sort of role, but we, as I said, we need to stay focused on who we are and what we can actually influence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you'd like to continue.
We'll keep going.
Stop interrupting. Thanks. That was a good question.
I think a real good example of bringing this mission statement to life is the World Cup finals we have coming up. So I'm going to hand it to my friend John Rigney here, and he's going to talk a bit more about that.
All right. Do you mind if you swap just so I can draw? Okay, thank you. As Mike mentioned, we've got a very big event coming down the pike this upcoming March, and I kind of want to take you through it. Let's find out if you have any questions about it, and then give you a little bit insight into what we're looking to do off course, because it really will be a community event. So let's see. Anybody recognize this girl? All right. I'd like to believe this was a fabulous career-making victory where she won the Aspen Winter National not only once but twice, nearly a third time. We're talking about one of the best skiers in the world, one of the kinds of talents that will be coming here next March. But I wanted to take a step back for a second to give you a peek.
I think we can move your microphone back from you a little bit.
Too loud?
Yeah, a little loud. You project very well.
You see when it stands
I
up.
apologize.
He's broadcasting this event.
We put this together over a decade ago, and it still largely holds true. There's a variety of reasons, and they're listed here. First and foremost, we want to add value to this resort experience when people are here. We think of events as an opportunity to engage and gather influencers to help tell our story to a broader audience than just those that are in resort. We think of it as advertising on a broad scale, and then occasionally we can do some targeting messaging through events. We want to bring people here for the first time, right? We're very good at keeping them. Getting them here through the first time is important, and if an event can serve as either a backdrop or a direct tie, then so be it. We reinforce the brand. Frankly, every once in a while we get to take the brand out for a spin and engage a new audience through events. we celebrate athletic achievement. It's been done here, for 60, 70 years, and we're very proud of that. We're also proud that we work in concert with our partners in the community, like yourselves, like the city, like the town of Snowmass Village and the Greater Valley. And then, frankly, there's a leadership element. And part of that is you got to reinvent yourself, and you got to do super cool things from time to time. And we think that an event like World Cup Finals checks all these boxes. So, real quick, the races themselves, there's a lot of nostalgia here, right? We're going to have a speed event here for the first time in 10 years. We're going to have the men here for the first time in 20 years. We're going to have America's Downhill. Men has been about 15 years. America's Downhill has been about 20 years since it's been here. We're going to have 9 races in 5 days, and then there's 2 days of speed training. And those events, those days, for all intents and purposes, are full-on events. Both men, both women will have downhill, Super G, giant slalom, and slalom. So all disciplines of alpine skiing, plus what they call a nations team event. This is actually an Olympic sport, so we will host the last major nations team event prior to the Olympics the following season. Big prize purse. Only the top 30 ranked racers are invited to this. When you go to see the Aspen Winter National, or if you go over to Birds of Prey and watch their races, you're looking at a start list of like 75, 80 racers. It's 25 to 30 tops. These races go quick. The awards last longer than the races, if you can actually comprehend that. It's one of the big elements here is they award the globes, which signify winning a discipline title based on an entire year of competing. And then for those that compete in multiple disciplines in alpine skiing, they award the overall globe. So this is the culmination of a very long season. It starts really in next week in Solden, Austria, and it'll conclude right here in Aspen, Colorado, which is amazing. So these globes, for those that aren't familiar with them, I'm a homer here. Picked 3 Americans to put up there, but we've got some serious talent stateside that are able to compete in these events and excel in them. They're races unto themselves, but they also then tally up the points for the year and determine who won which discipline and who won the overall. Lindsay has won both speed and overall. Ted has won super GS disciplines, and Michaela has won slalom disciplines. So I won't read through all of this, but this paints that picture that this is rapid fire Monday through Sunday. We have a lot going on. Training. You got 2 downhills, followed by 2 Super Gs. Nations team event is Friday. It's probably that, you got an hour of racing, period. We're going to try and engage the schools, families, make that a big day. We saw that in practice when we viewed this event in other cities. It's been exciting. Saturday and Sunday, you've got 2 run events for both men and women running concurrently. So those days will be action-packed. Awards take place immediately after the race. However, we're looking at this as a community-wide celebration. We don't get to enjoy racing up close and personal like we used to in the 80s and 90s, where you could be dotting the course all the way down. We're going to get back to that. We will have enhanced viewing in and throughout the base area. We're gonna activate Wagner Park and turn it into where we want everyone to migrate to after the day, after the races, after the day on the hill. So there'll be an après-ski element. There's food and beverage. We're gonna have concerts. We're gonna consolidate a lot of the programming that we would have done throughout the season for concerts and special events into this one location for this 1 week. There'll be a public bib draw. We'll draw the athletes and their contingencies out so that the kids of the community can, see, feel, touch, get to know them, interact with them. Mm-hmm. And then, we're looking to have some interactive displays. We're going to have an art element. We want to have children involved. We want to entertain and engage. And then, we're probably talking about a 3 to 9 every day. After 9 o'clock, we'll let them enjoy all the other things to do in Aspen. Resort-wide, we're going to have athletes staying in Aspen and Snowmass and even further down the valley. The normal rules of a World Cup don't apply because it is March. So that means we're going to have training venues on multiple mountains. It'll be really cool to have these athletes in and throughout the 4-mountain experience.
What days of March is it scheduled for?
It's March 13 to 19 is the entire week. 15 to 19 are the official event dates.
Thank you.
So lots going on. Usually this is where everyone I work with says, hey, what the hell's going on? Isn't it a little late in the game to be planning? Don't panic. We got it. We got this covered. Wanted to talk about where are we rolling this out? Well, it starts with our partners in the community, developing assets that live not only for this year, but well into the future, right? Aspen has a storied legacy here. But and so the tools that we create to commemorate not only our history, but what's coming down the pike here will live on. We'll be reaching our markets, the usual suspects in the U.S., great coverage in Central Europe, and through Infront, the media portal for this event, they've had great expansion into Asia and South America. We'll have live television for 5 straight days. We're going to have weekend NBC coverage. There'll be 30 million people plus watching this live, which is a staggering number when you think about it. Big global impressions. And now the athletes themselves, their sponsors, their teams, they all tell the story in so many different dialects. It's going to be fun. There'll be a season-long build-up to this. The U.S. actually will have its greatest alpine calendar ever. It starts in November, and Killington's going to be doing the races that we normally host. Then you've got Birds of Prey. There will be a women's tech event in Squaw immediately preceding this. So not only domestic television, but global television will be building up to this this event, and we're going to get to not only tell our stories leading in, but for once it'll be nice to see the world will get to see Aspen in all its glory in March when the resort looks great opportunity. Like I said, we're going to honor our history. It's the 50th anniversary. It's the conclusion of the 50th season of World Cup racing, right? We were around in the beginning. We played a significant role all throughout, and we're going to be there for that crowning achievement at the end. It also happens to be the 70th year of skiing on Aspen Mountain. Mentioned, rally the community, bring these athletes, make them feel special. We're putting on a show for them, right? We're going to tell our stories, entertain some new guests through this event, just like other events we do. We get a chance to grow the sport, right? Getting this much coverage over an entire season is going to be a big deal. We're going to throw a party. This is as much about what's off hill as on hill. Showcase our great town and reinforce kind of that global presence that we have, right? Leadership, like I said, this is the kind of event that we need to do from time to time to make sure that we're reaching the entire industry and, the broader globe. You guys, I threw this up there only because you are our landlords. You also know there's another big event in town, just to kind of hit the highlights there with X Games. This will be our 16th year. Big mobilization of everybody. It's a strategic investment, both short and long term. A lot of people come to town, good coverage, largely domestically. There's scripted message, just like in World Cup finals. The music's been announced. They're already selling out. We get some sunshine. Last year was one giant snow infomercial for the world to see. So I thank you for the role that you play in allowing us to put on this show and working in concert with us. Otherwise, I'd love to open it up to questions, but parting shots, I'm going to do my darndest to make sure that everyone works for Aspen Skiing Company and every business in town knows the program. They know the schedule. They know what's coming and when. We have a significant volunteer base for this event, and we need to basically double it to pull off this many races. We'd love people to promote their involvement to their neighbors, their friends, their coworkers, and their clients. What are they doing? Help keep the story alive, think about sponsoring, and then get there. I don't care what you've got on your calendar. Figure out a way. Make sure you take this event in. This will be one of the biggest events to ever come through here, and we're excited to be hosts of it.
Can I?
Okay, Patty and then George.
Yeah, when the chamber did the event and Mike spoke about this, I raised my hand and said, remember, this race may end in the city, but it starts in the county.
Yes.
And that I volunteered the county to help with volunteers, and I brought it back to the Board of Commissioners after that event, and I talked with John and I talked with Phyllis to see what we can do to help start within our own staff and reach out, like you said, with family members, friends, and neighbors to see if we can't help, because knowing what happened in Vail and the volunteer base that they needed is very evident to us. And so I'm hoping that that's a role that Peking County can help with in helping to rally the volunteers from our base to other bases to get this thing up and going.
Well, I appreciate that. I remember when you raised
Yeah.
your hand, I quickly jotted it
Yeah, I
down.
know.
And,
I saw you going, okay, I'm writing that down.
Our plan is to kind of launch our volunteer program here shortly, so that people, far and wide understand what we're offering, what it entails, what the commitment is, and what's to be gained by being involved. So I will make sure that comes directly to you guys.
That'd be
so
great.
You can
Thank you.
circulate it accordingly.
Okay, George?
Well, I agree. I think this is going to be really exciting for the community as a whole, having World Cup finals here. I remember back in the day when you talked about race viewing, where one was able to not only walk up along the course, but actually ski down along the course, which was great because you could move along and watch the skiers. In the last few years, we were not able to do that. But sort of to that point, I reflect back on the pro cycle races and how successful they were in terms of people being able to view them that perhaps couldn't go up on a course. So they had these large screens throughout the community. In Wagner Park, there was a large screen, and different places on the mall. So people who can't get up on a course for whatever reason still have the opportunity to view the races. Is that something that you've discussed?
Yes, for sure. Definitely audio and visuals we want to make as abundant as possible. We plan to have that at part of Wagner Park. We frankly plan to have that happen even out in Snowmass so that people are aware of what's going on. And then there's plenty of content and reruns that we can be showing throughout the entire week. So I do think it'll be even on the gondola side of the mountain. We want to make sure that everyone there knows what's going on and when it's happening.
On the hill, though, you'll be able to view the races from the hill. You got to remember, in Thanksgiving, it's usually all man-made snow, and all that man-made snow is on the course. So it's hard for us to get ski access. But in March, we'll have Reardons and Roaches and those side runs open, depending on the race and where the venue is, and you'll be able to stop and view. Ruthie's Restaurant, obviously, will be a great viewing point. Again, audio on the hill as well, so you can hear
Yes.
what's going on. You're not guessing and checking your app, trying to see who did what, which works, though, too.
With the new broadband.
So, I just join in and congratulating you on bringing this event home, as it were, and, remember back to the history, as George, of kind of when it went away and the different years and different struggles, and you guys always put on with the community a great event, whether it is X Games or the other World Cup races we've had. And I just particularly recall ski club members, some of the younger kids being able to forerun the courses, and just what a kind of life-changing event that is to know you're doing the same downhill as some of the best racers. And there was a story with my son where he was trying to get up the lift 1A lift. He was a little guy at the time, and said to another racer with an accent, "Can I go up with you?" And the racer said, "Why would I want to go up with you?" And then Tommy Moe skied up next to Jacob and said, "I'll go up with you, kid," and gave
the
him
rescue.
his bib after the race. And so, it was just really very, very cool. And so I'm very happy to see what we as a community can do to help. And thank you for, again, your efforts to secure the race.
You bet.
Thank you. Just from that event, we had Bobby Eddy there, and Bill Merle, and
That was great.
Cooper, and Michaela Schifrin, and one of the things that kept coming out, especially from Coop, was in 1950 when this event was here. You think about it, there wasn't much in Aspen, and here come the world's best racers in the 1950 FIS championships, and it was truly a community, a community event in every way. I mean, the town was basically shut down, and the doors were open, and they took in athletes, and they took in staff, and they were out shoveling snow, and really, it was all hands on deck. And we would love to see, that come back. We'd love to see the entire community show up and be there, just because this is the world coming to Aspen, and we want to show them that Aspen hospitality and the Aspen sense of community spirit. And I think it's exciting, but we're going to be out pushing that, and look forward to your help with that, as Patty already volunteered, so thank you.
And there's great excitement. I've said this to a few people, but the people that are now coaching and running organizations and federations worldwide, they grew up racing here. They knew what it was like to come here. We haven't seen the men in forever. So people are excited, and the things that have made this place great for many, many years, the course The courses are amazing. The proximity to the town is fantastic. And then the community and how it rallies around this sport and the on and off hill approach to life. They're excited. So their season begins in a week. And like I said, we'll see them here shortly. So thanks very much.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I just do it here. I can shout at them from here. Try not to overwhelm. There we go. Hello, everyone. Thanks for your time. I'm going to change tracks a little bit to a competition of a different sort and talk a little bit about the competitive landscape in the mountain resort business right now, and then how that helps us sharpen our focus and hopefully gains alignment with you folks in the community as we are aware of what's going on outside of our little valley. So this was big news not too long ago with Vail Resorts, the largest operator in North America now, moving into Canada and buying Whistler Blackcomb, which was previously the largest single resort from a skier visit standpoint in North America. That was big news in the industry, and they haven't closed on that acquisition yet, but that's expected to happen fairly soon. And that certainly woke everyone up in the industry because Vail is a very large player, Vail Resorts, that is, not Vail Mountain, and growing. If we think about other things they've done in the past year, this is something we here at Aspen Snowmass need to be very much aware of because a little over a year ago, they acquired the biggest resort in Australia, Perisher. And then they made their season pass, their Epic Pass, valid to Australian skiers. And Australia is our largest international market. And that had a definite impact last winter on our Australian business. And so we need to, we've affiliated with another resort in Australia, and we're doing lots of work in Australia to make sure we remain competitive. But then last winter, Vail, which had acquired the Park City Mountain Resort in Utah, connected that to the canyons and created one sort of large resort, the connected Park City Resort. And so that's a major destination worldwide as well, and a major competitor. So when Vail starts gobbling up competitors and getting larger and keeping them in their family of resorts, it definitely has our attention. Add in some other things that have happened in the industry. For example, last year California had a rebound from their drought, but in the previous 4 years were drought years in California, and it really hurt the ski resorts along with a lot of other things. Now they've bounced back from that, which is a good thing for skiing. But we did attract more skiers from California when their resorts were skiing as well, and we have partnerships there. I'll speak to in a second. Last year as well, in the northeast of the country, it was a terrible winter. It was warm. It was just way too warm, and they couldn't make snow. They couldn't keep snow, and it was one of their worst winters ever. So there's some major dynamics going on in the mountain resort business, and that we want to keep our eyes on. This is just a little chart that has each resort represented by a bubble, which shows its relative size, but it talks about these are the major destinations in Western North America. And, when we start to divvy those up, you see which ones are owned by Vail Resorts and which ones come into another group. And this is, by the way, destination by a measure of quality, of the higher quality resorts, is the Mountain Collective. And this is one of the moves that we've made in order to remain very competitive in the destination market, where people are traveling to ski and snowboard and take winter vacations. And so Whistler Blackcomb, of course, has been part of the Mountain Collective, and they will be again for this winter, even though they're about to be acquired by Vail. But next year they'll drop off. So that's the bad news, because we liked having Whistler as part of the group. It's an excellent destination. But we weren't sitting still, so we added Telluride, Colorado. We added Revelstoke, an up-and-coming resort in central British Columbia, to the mix. You've got a bit of a game of musical chairs going on in the mountain resort business right now, where resorts are grouping together. Some are under ownership, like Vail, Intrawest, Powder Corp. There's others. Some by affiliation, such as this, which is an affiliation of independent resorts, and we have a shared pass product for people that travel to ski. And of course, there's benefits for all of the resort locals and pass holders as well, season pass holders for all of these resorts, because you can go and ski at any of these resorts for 50% off if you're a premier pass holder, for example. So you can travel from Aspen Snowmass and go to all these other places. Not sure why you would want to, but you could if you so choose.
Relatives. Sometimes you got to visit the relatives.
Yeah, there you go. We actually really enjoy working with this group of independent resorts. We find we have a lot in common. Each destination has its own character, and by working together, we're keeping them within this family of resorts, the destination visitors. So we expect these trends to continue. We expect to see Vail continue to acquire other resorts and resort partnerships like this to get stronger as we move forward. Other things that come into play are the rankings, and we're very pleased this year. Ski Magazine, of course, is the grandmother of ski resort rankings, and Aspen Mountain popped up to number 2 in the rankings, behind Whistler Blackcomb actually, this year, which is a very pleasant surprise. We've been a little bit lower down because Ski Magazine has never ranked our destination as one destination. They rank the mountains individually, and so Aspen Snowmass and Aspen Highlands all get individually ranked, where we know that the destination visitors that really care about these rankings really ski multiple mountains when they come here. But we were really pleased to see this kind of recognition for Aspen Mountain, which doesn't always get the recognition it deserves as being such a great ski area right in the middle of town. And I'm sure the World Cup finals are just going to add to its reputation this coming year. Moving on to sort of resort competitive landscape, there's also competition for places to stay and lodging. It's a very important element. So in the choice the destination skiers make in the wintertime. This is a rendering of what will be the Limelight Hotel in Snowmass in Base Village. We're very pleased to be reacquiring Base Village and Snowmass to try and get that moving again, along with East-West Partners and KSL as partners. And we hope and plan to be in the ground in the spring of next year with this hotel property. This is a rendering looking from sort of the center of the Base Village over to what the new Limelight will look like in a couple of years. And to see what this kind of new hotel will look like in another place, this is actually a very recent photograph of the Limelight Ketchum, and under construction and planned to open in December this year. So we're very excited about that, and the Snowmass one will be number 3. The reason that lodging is important, and especially here, is that we've lost so many of the old small mom and pop lodges in this community over time, the last 20-25 years, and they really haven't been replaced. And so the variety, quality, and choices of lodging for Aspen Snowmass compared to some of our competitors out there doesn't match up. And so we're very, very anxious to reintroduce some refreshed lodging in Snowmass, I guess, and with the Limelight being the next one out of the ground. It's very important as we compete around the world. The other thing that's really important, and you folks know this better than any of us, which is transportation and our air service. So, thank you very much to each of you for the hard work you put into our airport, our air service. Thanks to John Peacock, thanks to John Kinney, who worked tirelessly on the, obviously the EEA that's underway right now, and the future plans for both the air terminal and the airfield. We support those efforts 100%. We're very excited about some of the new stuff going on, and of course we want to make sure that everyone in the community stays focused on the fact that aircraft on the top picture is no longer in production. That's our lovely CRJ 700, and knowing that the next generation of regional jets need to be accommodated for us to maintain the critical importance of our airport and access to this community. And we're very also excited to see some of the plans and renderings for the options for the new air terminal. That's one of them that you guys know well. Those proposals really do the community proud because they're light and they're bright and they're welcoming facilities of an appropriate size where people can work and visitors can travel through and really bring it up to the quality that the rest of the community takes pride in delivering all day long. So thank you very much for all your work on the airport and the air service. And also for supporting the little few changes which were happening with Bill Tomsich's work, who works in concert with John Kinney and team on the air service, working with the airlines to make sure that our schedules, and by the way, we'll have a better schedule than ever this winter with the 3 major carriers. But Bill is maintaining his work on air service, supported by you folks, Aspen Skiing Company, Snowmass Tourism, and the City of Aspen, along with ACRA. So a sort of a new funding mechanism, which is very good because we like having Bill Tomsich's expertise on attracting the air carriers in here. It's a great 1-2 punch with John Kinney and John Peacock on the airport side and Bill Tomsich on the air service side, working along Christian Knapp on our team. So, and just to wrap up, and I'll turn it back over to Mike here, the microphone, is to thank you for your cooperation. And we, just to summarize, we really believe it's important to be focused and aligned with you folks on key priorities. Lodging is one, not that that's necessarily in your direct control. Transportation very much in your direct control. And after that, which I'm not delving into today, but is housing. Housing for employees, both year-round and certainly seasonal housing for employees. Those three things are top priorities for us. Lodging, transportation, housing. And so as we continue to work with you going forward, we're going to try and keep our eye on those balls and get things moving. Mike, did you want to wrap up or open it to questions?
That was a good closing. Let's open it to questions.
Just a quick comment about the Limelight in Aspen. I just want to thank you because it's a great venue for local events. I mean, the range is vast of who has events there, fundraisers or presentations. And I went to the Aspen Young Professional and the Next Gen candidate and election issue. It's just a great atmosphere, and the fact that you have that available for the community is really something I want to thank you for because it's well used and well appreciated.
Thank you for that. Calling it a community living room to sort of, which we really like to have.
With good pizza.
We love to have a gathering place there for the community. That's very important.
Yeah, it's
and I think the folks in Ketchum, interestingly enough, are looking for that kind of a venue, a community gathering point as well.
I just can't even say how many employee farewell parties we've had there in the lobby. It's a very nice and convenient location for us. If you're waiting for comments before closing comments, I have two, and I guess I should start by saying compliments on your activities and where you've taken the company over the many years. From way back with Bob Maynard working on, the type of mass transit we have today to, any number of items you guys have taken a lead on has really been helpful. I think it'd be helpful for our community as we go forward on this larger lodging question to have some sort of assessment of how many air nub beds and Airbnbs and how much does the second home ownership and second home construction contribute to a bed base for enjoying the resort? Because I think it's just too narrow now to count hotel pillows. And I was there to watch the loss of lodge beds traditionally, just through my brochure rack activities. Yep, that one's gone. That one's gone. But it's just hard to assess where we really are now in needs. And the more there's uncertainty, the harder it is to make the case for what may be needed at some point in the future. The second is that I'd love to see you guys get Colorado Ski Country, or to that extent USA Ski Country, involved in or taking a position of opposition to this whole transfer of federal public lands to the states. I don't know how closely you followed the issue or not, but it really is well funded as a movement. And when I go to National Association of County meetings, they always have separate cocktail parties for people, and it's supporting that is formally in the National Association of Counties platform now, because all the commissioners who come for public lands tend to be from the rural areas, and the urban areas go to housing or health and human services or something else, and they don't influence that conversation there. At the last meeting, I proposed a resolution to oppose, and it did get 25% support within the Public Land Steering Committee, so I had a minority report. But it kind of just goes to show you, and as we've all seen, it's been adopted as part of the presidential platform of the Republican Party. There have been bills passed in Congress and Senate to help facilitate this, and it just seems that there's just so much at stake. It'd be nice to start hearing more of the industry weigh in. I'll be brief, but particularly as a Tabor state, if our state didn't have the funds, as they don't now, for Colorado Parks and Wildlife and DOW, without raising the fees. How are we going to manage and support all these public lands? We cannot run a deficit, and with Tabor, we cannot raise taxes in the event of an emergency $80 million fire. So a lot of us are very concerned that we would start to see the sell-off of public lands in high dollar value areas like Summit County, Eagle County, and Pickens County to close annual deficits in the state budget. So I just would love to see you guys look it over yourself, make your own assessment, and consider talking to some of your partners about that. At this point, counties like Coconino County with the Grand Canyon are opposing. The Jackson Hole County, Teton County is opposing. Blaine County, Idaho is opposing. Pickens County and other counties in Colorado on the record of opposing. But it'd be nice to have more of a business connection too. Okay, so those are my only two comments, and then John Peacock, and we'll turn it to other board comments. There's certainly questions you may have of us.
Well, just before I close out, I didn't want to let the opportunity go by. It seems like every time I'm in a meeting, there's somebody from Ski Cove. There's a major community issue, and I just want to acknowledge our public safety radio transition and broadband backbone project could not be happening without Ski Cove's partnership and participation, and that's been a big goal of ours. And you're going to see some pictures when we do our budget presentation of some of the projects happening there. Valley Health Alliance, Ski Cove's been right at the table and providing leadership on that effort. Housing, we're trying. We haven't brought one home yet, but at least we've talked about it.
Talk about it a lot.
We've talked about it a lot. Transportation, the list really goes all on and on. Leadership on climate change, which is a major goal of the counties. And so, and as we talked about, transportation issues, whether it be airport, roadways, those sorts of things. So it's great to have a partner like you guys at the table in so many different venues and really helping us solve problems. So I didn't want to let this opportunity go by to thank you from the staff's perspective.
Thank you. No, it's mutual. Appreciate the role you're playing and keeping those conversations going. They're difficult challenges, and we're making progress thanks to your leadership.
Other board comments or questions, Steve?
Yeah, I've been thinking when you were doing your presentation and talking about the 50th anniversary and everything, I was going back 50 years, and at the time when the ski company had a lease up on Haystack Mountain, and they had a snowcat up there, and Tom Marshall was going up there and doing weather and snow studies and taking people up skiing. And then shortly after that, in 1976, when the Olympics were supposed to be in Colorado, and Beaver Creek was built for that, for the downhill course, basically. And we've come a long way since then, and I am so tickled that you were able to land all those races in Aspen. That is just awesome, because it's been a struggle other years just to get, a couple of, maybe just get several of the women's races at the beginning of the season, but to have this be the culmination of the 50th anniversary of the World Cup right here and have all those races, you deserve all the congratulations for landing that for our community.
Thanks. It's exciting. By the way, John Rigney doesn't have any gray hair. A little bit. He worked really hard. David Perry stepped in as well at a crucial time, but Bill Morrill did a lot to make sure these races ended up here. So we all owe Bill a debt of gratitude.
And frankly, the lodges. We don't have the lodges support on this one. There's no way we could have even put in a bid for it. So, but thanks for that. It's going to be great.
George?
So I've read differing reports concerning El Nino, La Nino.
You want the official?
No, let's have the official
What's the snow forecast?
forecast
Yeah, what have you
for the
ordered
winter.
up for us?
Buddy, David, that's you, David.
It's going to be great.
You're on camera, don't forget.
Year looks like coming up, which usually is pretty good for us. So for some snowfall, above average. So that's a prediction that's surviving out there. So I think it looks pretty good. It's so hard to tell. It's we always hope that the patterns. But frankly, I personally believe that with climate change, we're seeing these weather patterns. When they shift, they stay. They get stuck. And so if you get stuck in a high pressure, that's not good. If you get stuck in a nice flow of moist air and cool weather, and then it's great. But enjoy it when it comes, because they say the weather changes. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. I think it's more like a few days now, a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, joking aside, earlier, John, when you talked about the first World Cup in November at Killington, and I'm sure we're always nervous getting close to Thanksgiving when we would host some races, and is it going to snow? Is it going to snow? And I think luckily we've always had to our advantage the altitude, which has helped tremendously. But you get a place like Killington or New England. What's the backup plan for World Cup with the FIS?
That's a good one.
Twist it.
I don't know that there's a specific backup plan in place for that race at that time of year. This is an experiment. They've never done anything in that arena, certainly at this time of the year. I can assure you, if you took our nervousness year in and year out around this event, you can multiply it by a factor of 10 for what they're dealing with. They have great snowmaking. They're so super excited about this to bring this to the East Coast and celebrate it. They knew it was an experiment, so let's knock on wood. I hope for their sake and for the sake of our sport, it's a good thing. I think the European resorts are realizing that they're canceling more and more races here, and the U.S. has been a very consistent performer, especially with early season. So I think that bodes well, for a long-term presence.
They know how to make snow back there.
Well,
It'll take them like a day and a half.
you've got this guy on Aspen Mountain making snow for you, and I'm pretty familiar with
Oh, yeah,
him. He does
he's
a heck
pretty
of a
good,
job.
Other questions or comments anyone would like to make? Well, then we'll turn it back over to you, Mike, for any closing comments or questions from us, please.
No, I think, as I said, we've got great communication with staff, and I think we're on the same page, and just really appreciate you giving us the time here. Michael, I don't know if we're going to see you next year. I guess this is our last meeting with you as County Commissioner anyway, so thanks for all your support and everything you've done over the years. Enjoyed it. And we'll see you in Woody Creek, I'm sure. Otherwise, thank you. Look forward to a snowy winter.
All right.
And no swag, none of those great stickers. I've already got it on my gate. I've got it my kids.
I have good follow-up skills. I will take that.
I can imagine some good race swag for the 50th anniversary.
Thank you, guys. This is
Yep,
great.
thank
Thanks
you.
for coming in.
Thank you very much. Let's see, our next item starts, we're a little bit ahead. Why don't we take a break until 2 o'clock and then come right back in? Okay.
Got Jody
What do you want
here.
to do? Make it an even 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're paying starting in 1967.
To our television audience for tuning in today, it's Tuesday, October 11th, just about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you are watching the Board of Pickens County Commissioners during one of their work session days. We are going to now have a facilities update. So, hi.
Jody Smith, Pickens County Facilities. Again, we come to you about every 2 weeks, give you a little update of what's going on around the county, and so I'm going to just hit some highlights. And some potential things that might be coming down the line. So Health and Human Services will probably have some minor building modifications to it. Detox needs to have some modification to it. So we will probably I need to spend some time with Nan and those guys to understand what's going on, and then be able to put into some kind of design and scope and understand what that is, and that'll probably be a supplemental coming back to you to approve and look at. And then with that, some of the moving around because of leases, we're going to have to do some modifications, so that will be brought back to the board for those lease modifications as well in the coming few months. The utility relocation that's going on behind the courthouse is going very well. As you all know, it's a spaghetti of lots of conduits, and more is being revealed every hour. We just nicked a little line in there for some glycol. I think that I wanted to recognize my staff. He was there. Somebody grabbed him. We were able to shut everything down in a very quick order. Stutzman Gerbaz is actually doing that excavation. They had a plumber on site in less than 15 minutes, and they'll have it repaired within the next 30 or 40 minutes. So it's just so nice to have a staff who's there. They understand the buildings. They know to make the phone call and jump on getting things isolated. So I wanted to recognize Mark Benesh specifically. He really jumped on that. The library roof, as you all know, we've got the library contract going. That is with Pacific Sheet Metal. They'll be going for another 7 weeks. They've already got the lower roof on the north alley stripped off and waterproofed. There's a portion on the upper roof that they've already done, and it's waterproofed right now. And they had to pull off today because of the wet conditions, but they'll be back on tomorrow when it's sunny, and keep moving on that project. It's going very well. As I said a couple of weeks ago, we do have a third-party inspector coming in. He'll be here tomorrow for about 8 hours to really look at the quality, the installation, the specs, make sure that everything is being met. It'll give him a better chance to also get up behind those soffits, because now all that soffit work is pulled down, and he can really make sure that that all gets insulated the way that he wants it done, so that we don't have future problems. We have been talking with the neighbors in the north alley, and when we start to move over to the other side, we'll make sure that we're working with the city, because I know they have different access that they are doing for the alley there, along with the banks and other neighbors there. So everything's going well, not really disturbing too much of the library patrons. Everybody's happy. We did have one little ceiling tile fall out last week, but that's all resolved. So again, staff jumps on that. I was actually out of town, and they sent me pictures and said it's taken care of. So what else is going on? With the library project, we received a significant grant from the Corps, and that was the Randy Udall grant. And we're just closing up that. And part of that requirement was to put that energy dashboard on. We finally have all of our points in. We have everything being recorded. It's live. So I'm working with the county BITS department, and Nate in particular is getting that worked on so that it will actually be on the county network or on the county web page, and it will also be on the library web page. And that way, any one of our public citizens or visitors can go on to that website and really look at how much energy are we using on the jail, how much how many cars have we taken off the road by, and how much are reducing on the CO, because that's all on that dashboard. So I'm really excited. This has been going on for a couple years. And so it's kind of my baby to get out there and get our public. And we'll make sure we do some outreach on that to make sure Pat is in line to help get that out there. So pretty exciting stuff. The Sheriff's Administration and the Sheriff and Administration project is moving along. I'm happy to say we're 99% vacant in the plaza now. We finally got the last load of old furniture and stuff that was being donated. We did have Habitat come pick up some stuff. We had things taken to the Use It Again lot at the landfill, and so we were responsible in getting that stuff gone. The new water line from Main Street is into the building. It's not live yet until the rest of that building gets done, but that project is moving along nicely. The former dispatch center is now vacant, and FCI is starting to stage in there to get ready for when we break ground. The asbestos removal for the courthouse plaza is contracted. They're just kind of getting their ducks in a row and getting ready to get that started, I guess in a couple of weeks. So, and we went out for a bid for a furniture design firm to come and help us lay out furniture for the new facility, and then write our specifications and get that out to bid, and then help us procure and get all that furniture staged. So we went out to bid for that. We had a pre-bid meeting today, so we're excited about getting that on. Part of tying that in, a few weeks ago, we took the visioning team, went to Denver, and we got to go to several furniture showrooms. It was really great because we got to touch and mess with lots of furniture, really see how it works, the different configurations. So it was a really great exercise. And we also got a chance to look at some flooring. And so we're bringing that all home, bringing it together, and starting to create that recommendation from the visioning team to our project team, and then ultimately it'll go out. So just wanted to give you an update on that. And then we had deferred some of the construction repair projects that we had planned at the ambulance barn a couple of years ago, knowing that they were on a ballot. We didn't want to make a big investment because of the discussions that are still happening, and it's been a little bit, and we're not breaking ground anytime soon. I think there's some decisions and approvals that still need to happen over the coming months, is that we're going to go ahead and fix the roof, replace their air conditioning unit, and a couple other things. So there will be some expenditures coming out of that, but we're going to keep them modest, make sure we're doing the right thing with the county dollars, with the citizens' dollars. And so just wanted to let you know that we're going to take care of our ambulance guys. And then lastly, is that winter is coming. We're winterizing our buildings. We're blowing out our sprinkler systems a little early, just because of what we've got going on over at the plaza and the courthouse area. So we're going ahead and getting those. If we need to water them manually, we'll do that. Getting our equipment ready. So here, oh boy.
Very good. Any comments? Michael and then George.
I thought the commissioners were going to pick the colors and the fabric. I'm just kidding, Jody.
You see a look on her face.
You should have seen the look on her face.
Did you notice I went like this?
Sorry to do that.
If Shelley had been here, we would be doing
One thing, we had a bike rack at the Courthouse Plaza, and we have a bike rack outside here. And the type of bike rack out here holds your front tire, but you can't really fasten your bike to the bike rack. And so in the future, maybe we could chase down that bike rack and put it somewhere, or?
We actually replaced that, or we relocated that down to Basalt.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
good.
they're actually using it.
Oh, good.
Because now everybody lives closer.
Right, and are using bikes.
Yes.
So maybe the library could consider a similar thing, because it's,
Sure.
they're okay for leaving your bike for a few minutes, but they're not much good for securing your bike,
Okay.
those front-loaded
Okay.
things.
Do you like the curvy one?
Well, the one that you can attach the frame of your bicycle to a solid surface
Okay, good.
instead of a tree or a sign.
Very good. And just to tag in on that, the city did a lot of exploration of different varieties of bike racks out there and what are their pros and cons when they were doing some of their downtown enhancements. They even ordered a prototype from somebody that was supposed to be better and solve most of the problems of traditional bike racks. I'm not suggesting any type of rack one way or the other, but I'm just saying they already did some research. You might want to talk to them about it. Okay, George.
Jody, I thought concerning the core grant for the library with the energy dashboard, I thought there was going to be a visible spot right in the library so people can actually see it, see how it works, and kids. And did I miss that? Is that?
That was part of the application and the approval. We had talked extensively to the core staff and the librarians, and the library really didn't want that monitor out there. And so, because I know that there's been other dashboards that people, like GIS, wanted to have a dashboard on the wall somewhere in the library, and there's been other requests for dashboards, and the librarians just, they didn't want it. And so the core staff approved that if we're making it accessible to everybody, that they would accept that. So it didn't compromise the grant.
Okay.
Because don't they have one in Basalt at the library, and everybody's pretty fascinated with it?
Well, it doesn't work
Yeah,
Oh, it used to.
for about
yeah.
a day,
Oh,
unfortunately.
okay.
Well, and I think the bonus of having it at the computers is there are so many public computers here, and maybe we can work it a way that it comes up as login, or, I mean, maybe there's another creative way that we can make sure that it comes up and that people can see it, and
Yeah, because otherwise you have to be really presence of mind to actually be looking for it, and how many people are actually going to do that versus the idea was for the library, for the core grant, was that it was going to be a public space, that it was going to really be able to be an educational training tool for people, raise the awareness. And so if you're relying on people just to go online, it's not going to happen.
and maybe we can have it on the front page
Yeah.
so that it has the dashboard as a square.
Right.
So I'll work closely with Nate and Kathy to make sure we see what we can do on that.
Okay, Patty?
So, on a serious note, though, about colors and design stuff, chairs, do we get to see it anywhere, or do we just open the door when the building is done and there it is?
We're all about surprise.
Okay. Can I have a chair that has higher...
Chins and plaid.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll be rendering those things and bringing them back. We're trying to standardize a palette so that we can
Okay.
manage it a little bit better, and our architects as well as our employee team right now are leading on those recommendations, and also looking for, and when we talk about furniture, it's not like going to like American Furniture Warehouse and trying out different things. These are the systems furniture. So when they went to see these, it was, how do the modular units fit together? How flexible are they? How might they accommodate the needs of a clerk and recorder's office as well as a community development office? And how flexible are they going to be as our needs change in the future and such? And so those are types of
More
things.
functionality than...
Yeah. Even probably more so than color, and those sorts of things. But absolutely, as we start to settle in on some of these things, our hope is that we'll even be able to do some 3D renderings and walkthroughs to bring you through.
And that is part of the goal of having this furniture design consultant is because they will give you that 3D
That's cool.
color,
And so you guys will have a chance to say, whoa, you guys have really gone off the tracks, or we really like this, and keep going.
We won't do anything too radical, I hope.
Well, and I think we get to, I think the beautiful thing about the systems furniture is that, they're fabric panels generally, and so they remain timeless. So in 5 years or 10 years when they're kind of looking run down, you pull off the panels and you put new panels in, and if we wanted to go lime green at that time, we can, right? So it's a good thing.
I just wanted to compliment you on, in a very timely fashion, we now have the fence around the children's area. I know the original designs kind of thought the bushes would be enough separation, but as a mother, always a mother, you tend to, worry a little bit, and certainly thanks to Michael for his observation and kind of the completion of that, so there's no chance for anyone to get caught in those top spears. But it looks good. I was quite amazed how quickly you got that accomplished, so
I
thank
think
you.
it looks actually way better than it did.
Yeah,
So.
it really defines
finishes
the
it.
area, so very good. And anybody else have any comments on the facilities
Thanks,
update?
Jody, as always.
Thanks, as always, really appreciate it. Okay, the next item is going to be the telecommunications update, because we already dealt with Woody Creek.
We do have a presentation. So this is a telecommunications update. We reported to you about 2 weeks ago, so this is really activity over the last couple of weeks. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the communications manager for Pitkin County.
Drew Peterson, Communications Project Engineer for the county.
First of all, I want to talk about the 911 dispatch center. For the most part, the dispatch center is complete, and I'm happy to report. We have had roughly about 90 action items since post-cutover after the flood. And after the move, we've closed out almost 78 of those. There's 12 remaining. We also have some open punch list items. There's 3 outstanding with respect to facilities, and there's a couple outstanding with respect to radio. We fully expect to work these off in the next couple of weeks to fully complete the dispatch center. By all measures, the dispatch center was a success. We came in under budget, right around $100K under budget. We are ahead of schedule. That was mainly due to the jail flooding, but I'll take credit for it. We were in scope. There were no changes to the scope throughout the entire project, which I started on about 9 months ago. And this was all really due to excellent teamwork, both on the planning stage, the design stage, the development stage, and the move itself. I would like to recognize a couple of people. I believe you all know that we did hire a new dispatch director. He will be starting in November. But really for the last year, Alex Burchetta, who's the director of operations with Sheriff, has been the interim dispatch director. He's not only been running the day-to-day operations of dispatch, but he's been highly involved in the new dispatch decision-making process on a number of items. And throughout the process, he was professional, courteous, and if he didn't know the answer, he went out of his way to find the answer. He needs to be recognized. And also the dispatch supervisors, they really stepped up for the last year, working many overtime hours, helping Alex to get him through this process. And that would be both Audra, Jenny, and Jennifer. I do believe that the new dispatch center is going to help recruit new dispatchers. It's a wonderful state-of-the-art facility. And I also think it's going to help just retain our current staff. So very proud of it overall.
Actually, that kind of brings a question I was going to ask, because this is, as it should be, very much about the technical, the equipment, the up and running. Are there additional, I'd say, creature comforts that we need to add to the space for the actual personnel, places to hang your coats and purses and, mini fridge. Are there things that we need to do to complete the space that way?
Actually, a lot of that was pre-planned and thought out. There's certainly, I think, some things that could help out that we actually budgeted for next year. This would be some new tables in the training room, some new chairs.
Okay.
So those things are actually in the budget for next year that we just couldn't get to this year.
Okay.
So yeah, we're definitely looking out for them budget-wise.
And Rachel, what we've learned is we've been doing a lot more moving lately.
Then you realize.
Part of what we've learned is we take our best crack at planning for those needs and setting the space up, and then asking staff to live in there for 3 or 4 weeks or so and see what is really, because sometimes you want to change things back because they're different,
Right.
Before you recognize they're either better or not. And so I think part of our strategy is to go ahead and let the dispatch center settle in and the dispatchers settle into their new space, identify what those needs really are and which ones stand that test of time, and then we have some ability to go back and make those changes.
Okay, yeah, because I've been out in the space before we started moving in, and just things like sometimes people would like to have a regular light on their table as opposed to just something overhead, small things like that. And I just want to make sure that staff knows, and we want to make this work well all around. So come back to us as you need to.
Great. And here's a picture of the finished product. There's actually 5 dispatch consoles, as you can see, really 2 of them here, but there are 5 fully functional dispatch consoles right now.
Very nice.
They have light?
And
It's
there's
nice.
good windows coming
Yeah.
in on the other side.
I mean,
and-
that's
Makes a difference. Okay.
Next thing I want to talk about is our microwave backhaul system. The county is putting in a new microwave backhaul system, initially to support public safety and translator, but we are designing it for scalability and growth to support broadband initiatives into the future. The backhaul system is a fully redundant self-healing loop. It's going to eliminate our single points of failure that we have today. It is also our initial design is 900 meg in terms of bandwidth. It is scalable up to 4 gig, and this will provide plenty of growth opportunity once we go forward with broadband related initiatives. Some of the design considerations within the architecture is we did path analysis on all our microwave paths. This was pretty extensive. We have to have line of sight. We have to determine what the distance requirements are. That leads to kind of into what kind of dish size we can use, what the tower height we need, and our tower loading. We have some issues currently with our current infrastructure where we can't place some of the larger diameter dishes on our towers. And because of that, we actually had to make a slight change. I think from the last time I presented to you with regards to our backhaul architecture, it was 6 sites. We've now actually are now going to use 5 sites. They include Loge, Williams, our new North 40 Dispatch Center, Ajax, and Crown. We couldn't do an Ajax to Sunlight path mainly because of our current tower infrastructure at both Ajax and Sunlight. They will not support a 6-foot diameter dish. And so we had to eliminate that path out of our loop. We did complete a frequency search within the microwave backhaul. We are now in the process of requesting permanent licenses. 5 of the 7 paths are in the 6 gigahertz range. This is the most desirable frequency range for microwave. So we were very fortunate to get 5 of those paths at that frequency range. And we have started the procurement process. And this is our microwave backhaul architecture design right now. It includes 5 sites within the main loop, and both Sunlight and Aspen Water will be spurs off of that loop.
Does this disrupt the broader territory we'd hope to be able to cover at the end of the day? The loss of the one because of the dish size?
Does it affect Aspen Water, you said, or?
No, the broadband deployment because
It does not.
Okay.
Sunlight, there are no relay stations out of Sunlight. We will simply use that as a kind of a feed through that will go through Elephant and hopefully eventually McClure someday if we can ever get that one done. So,
Thank you. Any other questions on that part? Please continue.
and I'm going to turn it over to Drew, and he'll talk about our tower projects.
Okay, so as Jeff mentioned, we're doing Williams and Loge as part of that microwave backhaul loop. This summer, or this fall, I should say, we're also constructing the site at Town of Snowmass Village. At Loge Peak, I'm on the top of Highlands. We've completed all of the work for 2016 because of the incoming snow. It's just not feasible to finish all of the construction we would like this year. We've completed the platform, I've done all the conduit work and all the grounding work, and we've also built out the equipment room. In 2017, to finish the project, we will be doing a little bit of electrical work, hooking up utilities, installing a generator and propane tank, and finally pulling our site online. Town of Snowmass Village, we've completely assembled the tower behind the town hall. We have a RFP drafted to assemble the shelter, which will house all of our equipment as well as connect all utilities. On top of Williams Hill, at that site, we have assembled all of our towers. Our building is scheduled for delivery sometime between October 24th and 26th, depending on traffic and weather. But it's a prefabricated building that will simply be placed on the foundation, which is all completed. We've also completed grounding work, some utility line cutouts, and we should be good to go for a transition in late October. When we do that transition, there will be just a temporary outage, probably not more than a day, of translator services and Rise Broadband as they transition from the old shelter to the new, which will affect Woody Creek, Snowmass Creek, and Capitol Creek. Those will be posted online when they do occur. The exact date is still to be determined based on the building delivery and the weather. And Rise Broadband should be notifying their customers as well. All of that work has been coordinated between Rise and the county, and things are progressing well. Have a couple pictures of the sites as well. So the first picture, here you can see Williams, but this is up on the top of Highlands. On the left is the completed tower with the conduit line entrance box. It's a quasi box which will help protect all of the cabling from weather, water, and chipmunks going in and building nests and chewing things up. So that is complete. You can see the conduit line coming down the side of the mountain in the second picture, and in the third, that is the exit port into alongside the ski patrol building. From there, the cable follows a cable ladder, which goes into an entry port in the side of the building where we will be housing all of our equipment next summer. You guys have also already seen this picture, I believe. This is the completed monopole behind the Town of Snowmass Village. On the left, you can see it from the back, and on the right, you can see it from the front of Town Hall. So it's looking good, looking sharp, and everything's good to go. And lastly, here's our site at Williams Hill. On the left is our 60-foot tower, connected via ice bridge, as you can see in the center picture, to our 40-foot tower on the right. Everything is being finished up there with tower work. As I said, building delivery is expected in late October.
And I hope no one was on that ladder when it went laid down on this cement slab there.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you for that, Drew. We're always really glad of the progress, and
That's pretty exciting.
John, let me just ask: are you guys? You have these on a every 2-week schedule, every week, and is that you guys have to come all the way up from Basalt for that? Or you
Our office is here at the jail, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just was wondering. I wanted to not make sure we used much of your valuable time updating us on these things.
And Rachel, Jeff gave a lot of credit to other folks for the dispatch move, but I know every time I was over there, which was probably not enough times, but you were there making this happen, and that was an exceptional effort, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate that. Other board questions or comments?
No, thanks, guys.
Just thanks so
Okay.
much, really
Thanks.
appreciate it. Okay. Let's see, we're up to the review of the future agenda calendar.
Yeah, and we do have the clerk here, Rachel. I don't know if you want to switch those around.
Yeah, that
and
would
let
make
Janice-
sense to me. Thank you. Come on up, Janice. Appreciate that.
She's alone today.
I'm alone today. We're busy. Yeah. So thanks for taking the time. My name is Janice Voss Caudell. I'm the Pickens County Clerk and Recorder. And I just wanted to give you an update, mostly for the community, what's going on with the Elections Department. So just a reminder, register to vote, everybody. So we mail you your ballot. You can go online to pickandvotes.com or Go Vote Colorado if you have a driver's license. Or at pickandvotes.com, print out an application. Drop it at our office. We have a new location. It's at 501 East Hyman. People are still looking for us. We're in the atrium of the Ute City Building, so right downtown. Ballots drop next week. Next Monday, the 17th, out of Denver, ballots will drop to over 12,000 registered active voters in Pickens County. We spoke with the post office today, and they will turn everything around as fast as possible, so look for your ballot in the mail next Wednesday and Thursday, 19th and 20th. All right? But this week, study your blue book and review your Tabor notice that went out of the mail. So on last Friday, we dropped the Tabor notice. The Tabor notice includes those issues that are on the ballot of all coordinating entities that have financial implications, and it will also include the pros and cons. So study your Tabor notice as well as the blue book. Okay? So next week you'll receive the ballot in the mail. If you need a Tabor notice or you want a blue book, we have plenty in our office. Stop by again at 501 East Hyman Avenue. I still can't get Main Street out of my system. All right. Also, sample ballots are online. Again, if you go to your personal voter registration record at pickandvotes.com, and in the state system, bring up your record where you can check your address, where we're going to mail your ballot. Your own personal ballot, sample ballot, is online, so you can review exactly what you vote on, okay, before your ballot gets there. Right? Now, how do you return your ballot? The most famous question. It will take 2 stamps this year to return a ballot. Okay, it's actually 67.5 cents. So 2 stamps, 68 cents to return your ballot. But also new this year, we have 2 permanent drop-off locations for ballot drops. We've worked with and coordinated with the town of Snowmass Village and the town of Basalt. So we have 2 drop boxes at the entrance of Snowmass Town Hall. A drop box. You don't need to put a stamp on it, just drop it. And we have 24/7 surveillance on the drop box. They open on the 17th next Monday, and they are open until 7 p.m. on Election Day. So for the Snowmass community convenience, you can drop your ballot off there if you don't want to mail it back. And we harvest pickup ballots routinely. The other location is I'm sorry. The other location is the Basalt Town Hall. So as you pull up and park in the, would you say the back of Town Hall? Basalt. The drop box is right there, again with 24/7 surveillance. So again, you don't need a stamp, just drop it in the box and we harvest them. We will be harvesting them every day during early voting and twice on the Monday and election, before Election Day and on Election Day. And again at 7 p.m. to close them up. Okay. So for those people who are getting out the vote or for convenience for those community. The other thing is you can drop your ballot off at our office. Almost 50% of people stop by our office and drop it off. So my concern this year is when they go to Main Street, we'll try to put a big sign in the window and let them know to come over to 501 East Hyman. In addition, the other drop-offs are during early voting at the Jewish Center, at Aspen Jewish Community Center. That's on, all these addresses. That's on 435 West Main Street. The Aspen Jewish Community Center is on a bus line. And on Election Day, you can drop your ballot off at any one of the service centers. So on Election Day, we'll have the Aspen Jewish Community Center open from 7 to 7, Snowmass Village Town Hall, 7 to 7, and Grace Church and Emma, 7 to 7. Of course, on those days, on Election Day, you can walk in and vote in person as well.
Can I, Rachel, real quick? The construction on Main Street, John, people might not be able to get to the building to see the sign. I'm not sure when that's going to be open to a flow.
Which building?
To the old clerk's office on Main Street.
Yeah, and I want to, I'll need to go back and look. I believe that will be going on through November 11th. So
we may want to put some signage on the pedestrian, no pedestrian access, like in front of the church and those places, so people, because they won't be able to get to the building to find out where to go.
Yeah, that's a great point, Patty.
We don't want them falling in that huge hole that's out there.
We're advertising too, plus we're doing radio. I've been in front of caucuses, Rotary Club. I'm in front of City of Aspen. I'll go to Snowmass Village and Basalt Town Hall. So I'm trying to get out there as much as possible to let people know. But I know we still have people. Just somebody yesterday told me, I saw somebody standing in front of your old place, not knowing where to go. So I know that's still happening.
Yeah, it will. Like you said, people will want to come by and drop off their ballots. So it'd be good if we have signage where it says no pedestrian access.
Hopefully they'll look for us. People say they like to go to the main street. I prefer to believe they like to see our happy faces, right? So I wanted to review that with you one more time to get that out there for the community. Just a reminder for the community to study your ballot. If you need a blue book or a Tabor notice this week, we have them in our office. We are busy in our office this week. We have quite a few people stopping in. By law, we had to have ballots in our office last Friday. So people leaving the country, people traveling, and aren't able to get to the ballot, they're in our office this week. So we're busy. We're already busy. So study your ballot. Ballots are dropped next week. Look for them on Wednesday and Thursday. And
volunteers? I mean, judges?
Yep, we're getting lots of responses.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll follow up. The other thing is, again, 85% of people know a month ahead of time how they're going to vote. Get your ballot back early.
Yeah.
Eliminate those phone calls. Eliminate those knocks. Help us process more efficiently and get as many votes cast after 7 o'clock on election night. Out to you. And then I'll be before you again shortly before elections a couple of times to let people know where they can find the totals and the outcomes easily.
Let me ask a question, and I understand it's both ours and state protocol to mail to all active voters. If someone hasn't voted in, how many elections would it take for someone to fall onto the inactive list? And how does someone change from inactive status to active?
Okay. So statute has changed. So we know that if somebody hasn't voted in the past X amount of general elections, they're purged from the rolls. As long as we continue to send a ballot, even if you don't vote, and you continue to live there, and that's your correct address, we will continue to send you a ballot. When the ballot is returned to us, whenever any official elections correspondence is returned to us, confirmation cards, letters, ballots, is returned to us undeliverable, at that point we make your record inactive, and we will not be forwarding any additional ballots to you in the future.
Okay, so you're saying there's no longer a time limit that gets you purged from the list, and that purge is entirely off the list, or just put onto an inactive pool?
The purge, when we purge, it goes into a cancel mode.
Okay.
If somebody's made inactive, it's an inactive status. If you update your address, if you change who you're affiliated with, any change will activate someone and put them in that active mode again.
Okay, and so if people would like to check if they are active, inactive, what is the website that they go to?
Thanks for asking. So if you go to Pick and Vote's easiest, pickandvotes.com. It's where we have all our local election information, but that is linked into Go Vote Colorado. So often you'll hear go to Go Vote Colorado. That's the Secretary of State site that brings you right into your voter registration record. Okay, thanks for asking that.
Great, thank you.
You're absolutely right. The best thing to do is go online, check your record. Know where we're mailing your ballot. You see if it's active or inactive.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Other questions for Janice?
No, thanks, Janice. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, now we would go back to the future agendas calendar.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. And just a couple of things. Reminder for the public that we did change our schedule of meetings for this week. Tomorrow, the board will be convening briefly to continue all items that had been scheduled for a second reading or public hearing for tomorrow. Two of those items will be continued to Thursday morning at 9 o'clock, and those are the resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen for construction projects, as well as confirmation of the ordinance to issue certificates of participation for that same project. So those will be heard on Thursday morning at 9. So that's all been posted. I just wanted, because it was off of our standard calendar, to go ahead and remind the public. Looking at the future agendas calendar, we had set aside time on October 17th to look at having a joint meeting with the town of Snowmass Village. That time is not going to work for them.
I just changed my schedule around.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I can change it back.
They've proposed meeting the evening of October 27th, which is a Thursday, I believe, evening at 5:30. I think it would be a little bit different format. We'd still have staff presentations and such, but they'd like to do it as a dinner meeting to
Break bread.
Yeah, break bread and maybe have just a little bit different environment for us to have conversation and get to know each other. It's obviously all open to the
Thursday
public.
the 27th?
Yeah.
And what
at
time? 5:30?
5:30, and they have proposed meeting at the Snowmass Club.
Oh.
So if that works, we'd like to get going on getting that scheduled and getting the staff presentations put together.
Okay.
And then what we'll do is use the time on October 17th to do prep for that meeting.
Okay, but the 17th is a Monday, so.
I'm sorry, 18th.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Rachel. I did that yesterday, and you corrected me yesterday.
Well,
on that
it was
also.
down for Monday the 17th.
It
Right, but
was.
it's being canceled.
Yeah,
So we're not going to have a meeting.
Tuesday,
on the
yeah,
17th.
Tuesday, the 18th, we do prep. Thank you.
Okay. So
After I hear it 3 or 4 times, I'll get it right.
Okay, and we'll pop that in kind of near the, for now, elected officials' transportation agenda review, which is also for an upcoming meeting,
And then,
or sometime before then. I guess it really wouldn't have to be the 18th if we're not meeting till the 27th, but we'll look at those future agendas and definitely have some prep time built in. Michael?
I won't be here on the 27th.
you won't be here on the 27th. Is it okay if we move forward
Oh,
with the
absolutely.
Okay.
I won't be here on the 1st either.
Okay.
Okay, and so we'll have the rest of the board able to participate, as far as I understand. I have to admit, I forgot my calendar today, but I
okay.
think it's okay.
Oh, Rachel.
I know.
then-
Must be naked over there.
I just note for the board that we have received another application for the planning and zoning.
I saw that.
Yeah, so we've
Schedule an interview and.
yeah, and then come back and revisit those for an appointment.
Okay,
And then I believe at this point, that is all I had for future agendas.
I just have one.
okay, Patty?
On the 22nd, you have that Rachel will be out of town, so will I.
Yeah, because we are canceling that
We're
meeting.
canceling that
Yeah,
meeting,
and
so.
we are canceling
Okay,
that
just
meeting.
'cause I will be
Everyone's
gone
going to
that
be
week.
Yeah.
And then-
either eating turkey or out of town, preparing turkey. Okay, great. Anybody else have anything on future agendas? No, then good. We'll move into, I believe it would be open discussion.
Yeah, and so we have a couple of items for you. The one that's listed is the CCI legislative form signatures. This is something that the board does every year as we go into prioritizing and participating in conversations about prioritizing legislative issues for CCI's attention. They do have a formal I guess process, you would say, to know who will be representing counties. And so we just want to get confirmation on the names to fill in on this form. And
Okay, yeah, and it's a little interesting. This form is just about voting on this one meeting on the 14th.
I thought it was on all the...
Well, it keeps talking about will attend the legislative committee meeting on the 14th. Steve and I have talked about it. This one's shorter. It's going to be 10 to 2, and so I'm just going to be the only one who attends this. But then when we get into January and they have the ongoing policy committee meetings, we do a form that assigns who votes to which policy,
is
and then
just
we're
for
the
that.
alternates for it. But we do need to get this one in before Friday.
And so this one, I think what we've done in years past with the CCI reps is, Rachel, we've put you as the primary, and then Steve, you as the proxy.
Okay,
For
that's perfect.
Rachel, does that work for the board?
Yep.
Okay, so that good? And then I sign it, so we could
Yeah.
maybe have that prepared for tomorrow.
Yep.
And I'll sign it at the noon meeting and get that out of the way, make sure it gets in. Okay?
And then two other items. One item came up yesterday, and I've asked Dale Will to be here, and thank you for coming over for this, Dale. This is really a proposal that we just want to get board direction on to bring back in a more formal way at a future meeting. But Dale, do you want to?
Okay.
Yeah.
Just introduce yourself for the record.
I'm Dale Will, the Acquisitions Director for the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Program. The question I want to put in front of you, actually, there's two pieces to it. The first has to do with a piece of property I think has been pretty well presented in various news articles, but the town of Basalt is on the eve of trying to purchase a 1.3 acre property that's between their town hall and the Roaring Fork River. It's part of a larger parcel that is currently owned by the CDC Corporation, and the town wants to dedicate the 1.3 acres that constitutes the visual corridor between their town hall and the river. They would like to dedicate that to permanent parks and open space purposes. And as you may know, they have a ballot question on their ballot for this November to authorize that purchase. A separate ballot question they have to authorize funding for the development of the park. The Pitkin County Open Space Board looked at this last week and has reached an agreement that matches an agreement that has also been reached by the Eagle County Open Space Board and has tentatively been endorsed by the Eagle County Commissioners, and that is to take this 1.3 acres, and the proposed purchase price of it is approximately $1.6 million. I say approximately because there's some wiggle room in the allocation of the property back and forth and with the Basalt's contracting, but for now we think that it's going to be $1.6 million, and the concept is to split the purchase of the park portion of that property, 1.3 acres, between the town and the two county open space programs, and then to split the county's share in half so that the counties would each put in 25% of this 1.6 million to match Basalt's funding, and that will enable Basalt to retire early the proposed bonds that it has out for voter approval. So that would be approximately $400,000. Our Open Space Board has tentatively agreed to this, contingent upon Basalt passing this question, and Eagle County has tentatively agreed to it. So I realize that we would need to formalize all of that with IGAs and so on, but given that the voters in all three jurisdictions are quite interested to see the partnership among these entities and what it might mean in this election, I'm looking for some direction today as to whether you're interested in splitting the split, or in other words, pledging 25% of the $1.6 million to assist the town of Basalt with the purchase of this open space parcel. I want to add that Basalt has been very forthcoming in pledging and committing, making payments towards open space projects outside its town boundaries. They, to date, have spent $1.95 million on things like the Grange Conservation Easement, the Glacier Open Space, the Emma Open Space, the Grace Shihai parcel. I believe that the town park parcel merits our contribution, and I also have been very appreciative of the town's willingness to use its open space dollars for landscape scale projects to make permanent its urban limit line on the outside. So that's my question.
Okay. George, then Michael?
Yeah, I think Basalt needs some good news now. And there's certainly some issues and controversy about these ballot issues in terms of retiring these bond issues or extending them. And I think I'm really pleased to hear that Eagle County has decided to become a partner of this. Half of Basalt is really Pickens County residents. So we're not only helping the town of Basalt, but we're helping ourselves with this. And so I think this is a great partnership, and hopefully this will provide more impetus for the residents of Basalt to come out and support this ballot issue, because it's going to change the character of Basalt forever, to allow this space to be conserved as park and riverfront, and still allows the opportunity for an acre along that parcel, the old Pan and Fork, to be developed to allow some other economic development. So I'm fully supportive of this.
Michael?
So, Dale, thank you for coming here. Why did the Open Space and Trails Board support this? What was their reasoning?
Well, it's multiple. Number one, Basalt has been an extraordinary partner to us, and has in fact never turned us down when we've gone looking for their help with these conservation projects around their boundaries. Secondly, I think the Open Space Board shares George's sense that having a park that creates a visual connection to the Roaring Fork River right in the center of Basalt will change that town for the better forever. And it's the kind of thing that we do. It's not unlike the park that Pitkin County maintains in Redstone, which is a centerpiece to that town and connects the town directly to the Crystal River. This park would be similar. And Basalt is currently struggling with its open space allocations, given that it's working also at the same time on this underpass under Highway 82. So I think our board feels that A, the parcel should be turned into a park, and B, Basalt really deserves to have our help.
So even a park has some sort of development, right? I mean, it has some designated uses, and so what will Pickens County's voice be in that?
The proposal, and of course this would all be formalized when we reach a point of them passing their hopefully ballot question and having IGAs, but the proposal is that we would hold a conservation easement, and the easement would put sidebars on what they can and can't do with that park. The concept would be similar to what we have in Redstone, that the things that you would expect to see in an urban park would be allowable there, but no commercial structures, no development except for recreational facilities that are consistent with park purposes.
Okay, thanks, Dale.
I'm follow George on that, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to, and I'm very familiar with that corner because I just worked a block away and watched the Pan and Fork get torn down and the trees get torn down, and I think it's a perfect location for what Basalt has been talking about. Thank you, Dale, for bringing it forward.
Steve, comments or questions?
No, I'd be in favor of supporting that, because that's really the center of the whole town, and the river is so beautiful. And also I could see that tying, if they do a water park right there in the river, would tie into the structures we're putting up just upstream from there, could potentially tie together to make a big attraction for the town of Basalt.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to weigh in as well. I'm really delighted our Open Space and Trails Board took this up and took a hard look at it. And as George and others have said, really happy to continue our longstanding partnership on many projects with Eagle County. And so really appreciate them moving forward. This it's already been noted that an awful lot of property taxpayers in Pickens County live in Basalt and are part of Basalt, so that's appropriate. And as Steve and others I think have alluded to, when you have places called the Two Rivers Cafe and that this is the Two Rivers, that's their identity as a town. And things that go forward to strengthen that make a huge difference. I think we can look at a couple of examples of where open space and trails helped Snowmass preserve its rural character of their entryway. That was the important component to them of the lands and properties getting to Snowmass that further really defined their identity. And so I think that this is important that way. And the other, it comes back to just practicality, real estate. They're not making any more of it, and they're not making any more river frontage. So you can take a look. And what strikes me again as a very interesting thing is when I first started getting involved in city politics in '88 was because I'd moved to Hunter Creek and I saw advertisements for the first art park workday down on the Rio Grande when the theater in the park was first opening down there under Kent Reed's direction. And that area had been the city's snow dump site. And it was just without vegetation. I'm sure you remember, Patty, because the snow would take till August to melt, and then it was an oil spot mess. And, you know, it was just terrible. And our own town here, right here, hadn't fully appreciated the potential of the river. And so as that's been restored, and as you look at the kind of business opportunities and community shared values that have come forward in places like Salida and Buena Vista of really taking advantage of their river assets, I think that this is a real economic driver. And we are not often in a position to, you know, do economic development or push economic drivers. But whenever we've had those conversations, it's always that preservation of our natural environment is one of our biggest economic drivers possible. So this is a great opportunity. I know there are some items and details to continue to work out and make sure any eventual contract is clear in all areas, but I'm happy to see us participating and Eagle County participating, and hopefully this will make a difference in the community's decision about how much debt to take on and how much to bond for. So thanks, Dale. It's unanimous among our board that we will support Open Space and Trails recommendation as it comes forward.
Great. Thank you. And if I might tag on a kind of a corollary to that question, which is more general, but Eagle County also has an open space question on its ballot. Question 1B in Eagle County will involve extending their open space fund another 20 years from 2025 to 2035. At the same time, they wish to allow bonding authority against that fund, and they want to combine their trails program, which is currently funded through their transit tax. They want to allocate a portion of their open space fund to the trails fund. Now, one of the reasons for all this in this year is that with the governor's 16 for 16 initiative, Eagle County is anxious to finish the bike trail from the top of Glenwood Canyon all the way to Vail, where it hooks to the Vail Pass Trail and ends up in Summit County. Well, with the combination of adding the trails to the open space program, as we did originally, and adding some debt authority, they're hoping to accelerate the completion of that corridor trail over there by 10 years or more. And I wanted to see how the board felt about endorsing Eagle County question 1B to extend their open space mill levy at the same amount for an extra 20 years and to add the bonding and the trails.
Well, let me take this apart for 1 second. First, would our board like Dale to prepare us a potential resolution of support for our own bonding question and to formally endorse it at another upcoming meeting?
Yes.
Kind of a shake of heads, yes. And then second, would we like to pass a resolution or consider a resolution of support for our neighboring county for a program which we've worked in concert with a great number of times?
Yes.
I see some yeses.
Yeah. Does that trail mean I could bike to Costco?
Yes.
Yes.
But you couldn't bike back after you bought all that stuff.
You'll need a bigger basket.
That's the problem. That 100 pounds of peanut butter never travels well. So, okay, so I think you see nods all around on that, Dale. And again, thank you for your work. And please convey that to the Basalt Town Council and to our partners at Eagle County as soon as possible.
And we're gonna,
My next call is to the mayor.
are we gonna ask Eagle County to endorse our ballot question?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have.
Yes. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Now let's go back to open discussion. I have you have some more?
And I know we're running late, so I'll try and be quick. I just want to make sure before we don't have board members over the next 2 days. Just briefly, as Jeff mentioned, we did hire a dispatch director after a very long search process. We've recruited Brett Loeb. Brett was previously a 14-year resident of the Roaring Fork Valley, so he knows very much what he's getting into. He used to work for SKICO. More recently, he's been a senior manager in the Grand Junction Dispatch Center. He has really been doing a lot of work with their training program, recruitment, and retention, which are all, I think, significant needs that we identified in this recruitment process and actually looked at Grand Junction's model to maybe implement up here. So we're very excited to bring him on. He will start November, let's see, I've lost it. He's starting November 7th.
Before you move on from that, John, I know we've recently had some postings by email from Brian Pettit about rental units available for Pickens County employees. I don't know if they've all been filled or if this new employee may need a place for this winter, but please let's try to make those connections if possible.
And, Rachel, what we found is when we were holding positions for recruiting, we never filled them because there's always another position that's going to be recruited. So we do have a stipend, though, that will help with that transition.
Okay, yeah, I didn't mean hold. I just meant to say, if this person would be interested in putting in an application for it as well, if they're going to be a new hire, to make it available. Okay.
And then the two more items, and the other item, which you may have already seen because it was reported in the paper, we went through an RFP process for our detox center. The licensing and staffing requirements for detox have changed from our original model, really doubling our staffing levels. So we're struggling both, I think, with our funding obligations and partner expectations. We did go out to bid. We did award the bid, and that was evaluated both by county staff, but also staff from all our funding partners, so Aspen Valley Hospital, Basalt, Snowmass, and the City of Aspen. We will be changing providers at the end of October, and we'll be going with an organization called Resource Recovery. Is that right, Rich? Instead of with Mind Springs, and they had a similar staffing model, but they were able to cut the price from what Mind Springs was. So just so you know, we are going through that transition. That will happen at the end of the month. Some of the modifications that Jody was talking about is we identified an opportunity to maybe expand our physical space a little bit so that we can offer more beds in that detox at the same price. So, and then the last thing that I had on for open discussion, Rachel, during our last open discussion, you had suggested that maybe we spend some time looking through the blue book of upcoming legislative items to see if the board, as you just did with some of the open space questions, wanted to take a position on any of those. So I just wanted to bring that conversation back to the table.
I think that's a lengthy conversation.
I think it's a lengthy conversation, and we're a little bit out of time for budget.
Okay. And we can certainly do it. I just wanted to bring it back since that was requested last time.
Perhaps we could get some significant time or a half hour scheduled on Tuesday, given that ballots will be dropping the following day or dropping that Monday and being received Tuesday. We could have that conversation on Tuesday of next week when we have more time.
Okay.
And, we are getting, unfortunately, into that budget season and end of the year items. So if necessary, we may end up doing a few more working lunches going into the winter as we kind of finish out. I would like to thank the ski company. They had the Fiscal Institute up in town yesterday to talk about the pros and cons of some of the ballot questions in an impartial manner. So I attended that. I feel like I have a good sense of some of those, and we can discuss them further, unless anyone has something they have to bring up today. The one thing I would like to point out is that on October 19th, from 4 to 5:30 p.m., Club 20 is going to be here in town to hold their every 2-year caucus for the representation at the Board of Directors of Club 20. As you know, I think I am a primary member. Steve is the alternate. There's actually 3 seats at the table. And although there are some organizations that have branches in Pickens County, such as the Forest Service and I think ANC Bank, Wells Fargo, who are also Club 20 members, this is not necessarily the county they've chosen to cast their vote in as a corporate member. The Club 20 staff is going to try to meet with additional Pickens County residents and businesses who may be interested in joining in the future and talk about their services and things like that. So I will be planning on attending. Hopefully you will, Steve, as well. We do need to contact someone from the city to be able to cast their ballot at that election. And certainly any members of the public, but it's a little bit up to Club 20 to do their promotion. But if any board members want to attend that, other BOCC members to kind of see what Club 20 does or ask them any questions, it's going to be October 19th from 4 to 5:30 p.m. at the Pickens County Library.
Right here.
Probably right in this room.
Probably.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, that was my only other announcement that I needed to get out there on the table. And I guess, do we want to take a 5-minute break?
I need to take longer because I've got to go get my workbook out of my car.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will return and start the budget process.
And if I'm not back in time, go ahead and start because I don't want to delay it any longer.
Okay, no problem.
And you're not going to miss any of the budget presentation.
We're going to hold it up for you.
Behind my car.
television today. It is Tuesday, October 11th, and we are just about to begin the Pickens County budget kickoff for 2017, and it's just a little after 3 in the afternoon. So please, John and Connie, take it away.
I'm Connie Baker, County Budget Director, and we're here today to present you with the proposed 2017 budget for all county funds. A quick organizational note before we start. You do have binders there that have different tabs in them. There are different sections for each meeting that we'll be having through the course of our budget presentations. The different presentations and materials will be handed out little by little as we go through the process. So right now the binder is fairly empty. It only has the budget message in it. And then today's presentation is there also for you to add into the binder if you choose to organize it that way. So today we're presenting an overview of the budget for all county funds, but we're going to place more emphasis today on the general fund recommendations. And then through the course of October, November, and into the beginning of December, we'll have a series of meetings that will go more into depth, both for general fund departments and then the other special revenue and enterprise funds of the county. We organize most of these meetings based on the core focus area of Pickens County's strategic plan. So October 25th will be the livable and supportive community core focus area. November 1st is the flourishing natural and built environment core focus area. November 15th is prosperous economy. And then on November 15th, we also have the Healthy Community Fund Grant Review Committee recommendations and the district attorney budget. The ambulance district is scheduled for December 6th, and then December 7th will be the first reading of the budget resolutions, with December 13th the final budget adoption and mill levy certification.
Thank you, Connie. Everything that we do in the budget is aligned to our strategic plan. And as staff goes through the budget process and develops the proposals that we're going to be presenting to the board and the public over the next couple of months, we reference back to the priorities that we've set. Now, within the context of this strategic plan, we also talk about big rocks. And just to remind you or members of the public that may not be familiar with that terminology, it's a way that we talk about priorities, and it really comes from a metaphor of, when you have a jar and you put a number of large rocks in it, it looks full, but it's not. You can put some smaller rocks in, you can put sand in, and you can put water in. And when you do this exercise, the point of the exercise really is understanding that it's not always that you can put more in or fit more in or that sort of thing. It's knowing that if you didn't get the big rocks in first, you wouldn't get them in at all. And so when we talk about how are we going to prioritize our recommendations for the board and for the public, we talk about it in terms of what are those big rocks, what are those things that we've got to get in first, or we may not get them in at all. And going back to 2015, we identified a number of these big rocks, and we're going to keep coming back to them. And we want to start off with some pictures, because a lot of what you're going to see in the budget proposals is we, in 2015, proposed these big rocks. We started planning for them. In 2016, we advanced that planning and started really putting things on the ground, things like buildings and other things I'm going to show you. And as a result, what we're doing is we're converting cash that we've saved up over time into these types of community assets. And so a lot of what the 2017 budget and 5-year plan is about is not necessarily proposing a lot of new priorities, although there are some in there that we'll talk about. It's about taking the big rocks that we identified in 2015 and implementing them now. And so as we implement, we're going to see what this year's budget is about is really talking about how we finance it. How do we use the funds that we've been saving up over time? How do we finance or seek out borrowing of funds for these projects? How do we allocate our ongoing revenues to operations and such? But when we talk about these things, what we're really talking about is how do we make these things happen? And one of our big rocks that we identified that we've struggled with for a long time now is facilities. And we are in the process, and we've begun the construction process of a new admin and sheriff's facility pictured here. We're sitting in the library, which was completed this last year. We just talked to you guys about the dispatch move to the North 40 that we completed recently ahead of schedule, not necessarily by our own plan. We continue to work on a number of projects in the facilities area. And as you're going to see, these are huge, huge impacts in terms of our finances and how we're using fund balance. And we're able to do all of these things while staying financially healthy. The other thing that we talked a lot about and is new and is driving some of our fund balance use is that public safety radio and broadband shared infrastructure. You just saw some pictures on this, so I'll try and let it sink in that when we talk about these priorities and numbers on the spreadsheet, they're translating into real, tangible pieces of infrastructure in our community that are going to set the groundwork for the services that we want to be able to provide. Similarly, roads. Roads actually started off as one of these priorities back in 2012, and it's really what initiated the change to creating a capital plan and allocating funding for capital. And we continue to do a lot of really impressive projects to both maintain and enhance our roads. And then we have things on the horizon, big projects on the horizon. When we look at the airport, we are in the process now of planning for our facilities needs there, our runway infrastructure needs there, maintaining our public safety infrastructure needs with vehicles and such. And while this is still in the planning process, it too will translate into one of these projects where we're actually doing work on the ground, and we're trying to be sure that we set the stage to have the right kind of staff and operating capacity to make these projects successful. And it just keeps going. We, this year took over operations of the landfill. We have proposed housing projects. We have a number of projects through our open space and trails program that are both in the planning stages and also implementation stages. And all of these are really us going really from planning, from that idea about what our priority needs to be to service our community and have a sustainable organization, to actually putting them on the ground and offering that infrastructure and those services to the community. So when we talk about these numbers on the spreadsheet and what's spending down, what's going up, and those sorts of things, sometimes it's easy to forget that when we're spending those dollars, we're putting infrastructure and we're putting services on the ground. So I just wanted to set the context as we get into our budget discussion around that.
And so with John setting the context, now we get into the actual numbers. And we will jump back and forth just a little bit in the presentation between talking about all county and talking about the general fund. And I'll try to remind with each slide what we're actually looking at. And so here we're looking at the general fund, and we're taking a first look at the fund balances. This is how much money we have set aside apart from our current year or 2017 budgeted revenues and expenditures. And what this chart shows here is a healthy fund balance level. You have seen our full chart in past years, but this year we thought we would break it apart a little and kind of walk through it step by step. On the different sections of the bars that you see, the yellow section are our restricted fund balances. These are areas within our general fund that are held for specific purposes, like our park dedication fees, some motor vehicle $10 late fees, the Smuggler Superfund, so different areas that we hold in separate funds. That's about $1.4 million. So those are not funds that we can spend on other areas of our general fund. And then we have two green sections. The light green at the bottom is the Tabor Reserve that we are required to hold. It starts at about $0.8 million in 2016, goes up to about $900,000 in 2017. And then the dark green section is our operating reserve and contingency. Now these two green sections combined make up 16.7% of our operating expenditures. And why is this number important? Well, that's the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association's recommendation for a healthy fund balance. Of course, there are many factors that come into play when a county decides how much to hold in a fund balance, but this is generally considered to be a healthy level. So if we were to take just this section of the general fund's balances, just these greens with our restricted, this is a healthy fund balance level. This is a level that many governments strive to try to get to. So this is our starting point. It provides a cushion in times of economic downturns or in emergencies, so it's important to have that as a backup for us. And then you see in this chart that these balances are increasing. That shows our fiscal health. We're not spending down our reserves. With the plans, with the proposed budget that we have in place, these reserves are increasing.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Yeah, Patty?
Why the restricted fund stays the same?
Right, and the restricted funds are difficult to predict. For example, the park dedication fees, we do spend those down, but it's not something that we can predict that we have a plan for, like our 10-year capital plan or something else that we're going to spend certain dollar amounts in certain years. Or also for the Smuggler's Superfund.
Right, so you're just holding the number across.
Tipsy taxi. So because it's not something that's very predictable as far as when they'll be spent, we hold the number steady.
Okay.
And then the other thing I'd add there is I think it gives you a better picture of what's happening with the fund balances that you do have discretion over, which are the ones in the green. So by holding that steady, when you see that going up, that means those ones that are discretionary are balanced and they're going up. There's no magic asterisks in these numbers. Okay.
So then we add on to this our surplus operating reserve. This provides an additional layer of reserve or cushion in times of economic downturn. It provides funding for startup programs, and an example of that is coming up now in 2017 and 18. The Board of Health recommended that we take out of this area, this blue section of fund balance, the funding for 2 years of startup for a public health department. So that's a good use of these reserves. It's also a funding source for additional capital projects. And in the 5-year and 10-year plans that we will be proposing to you, we are drawing down this balance a little bit each year to fund capital projects. And so that's something a little bit different this year. We are shifting our ongoing operating revenues into operations more than in capital, and then using fund balance for capital projects, which is a setup that makes more sense from a fiscal point of view, that ongoing revenues are for ongoing projects, and then the fund balance is for our one-time larger projects. So you do see this blue section decreasing and then going back up again a bit at the end. The reason for that is, again, the public health funding that's coming out of this, but then also these transfers into the capital fund for capital projects. If the board would wish to slow down the pace of our capital projects or to build up our reserves further than what you see here, the board has the choice of either reducing or stopping the transfers that go out of this blue reserve section into our capital. So it gives us a lot of flexibility about how we're managing our funds. We can adapt to economic situations, we can adapt to the capital projects that come before us and the opportunities that we have. And then last but not least, we have our red section, which is our capital fund. And you see that this is quite large at the beginning, but then quickly goes down. This red section is funds that really are earmarked already for capital projects. They match what we have in our capital fund. We have been building it up in the beginning here for the first few years. We have set aside money for our sheriff and admin building, just to name one. But we haven't spent the money yet, so that's why you see that the balance is still very large at the beginning. We've set the money aside, it hasn't been spent. But as we go through the course of these large projects and then on into our 10-year capital plan, we do spend down these monies set aside. And then we take some money out of the blue and move it up into the red to keep on funding different projects as they come up. As you see these balances going down, keep in mind what's coming out of this. Our sheriff and admin addition and plaza remodel are all coming out of these balances. The purchase of a building in Basalt, all of our public safety radio infrastructure, some of which you saw earlier this afternoon. A courthouse remodel is also planned in later years. And then our ongoing roads and IT infrastructure, vehicle replacements, heavy equipment replacements, and a number of other projects. We'll be getting into details of all of these projects in our upcoming meeting on November 1st.
Just a quick question. So, Connie, the year 2023, it seems like where we hit our lowest in our capital reserve.
Right.
Why at that particular time?
It has to do with the timing of the capital projects. And we'll look at that in more detail again on November 1st in the different sections. But we have a number of areas that are all within the capital fund and in a way are competing for those funds. We have our IT infrastructure and software replacements. We have our vehicle and heavy equipment replacements. We have all of the different facilities projects. And one that I believe is in 2023 is replacing all of the windows in the courthouse, which is a complicated project due to the historic nature of it and the uneven sizes of the windows, just for one example. And then our different road projects. There are some large bridge projects, some large paving projects, and others in the road capital plan. And so we have 4 main areas in there that are all trying to plan out their projects and working to coordinate between themselves so that when there are opportunities for efficiencies, they want to be able to take advantage of timing correctly to have efficiencies if they can coordinate between different projects that are going on. But then there are some years where a lot of projects end up in 1 year, and then you see a balance drop, and then it builds back up again. So it's a matter of timing. If we were to see that the balance were dropping too low, we have the option of transferring more money from our surplus reserves, or we have the option of retiming projects. We can slow down projects, push them out, space them differently in order to maintain the level of reserves that the board would like to keep.
All right, thank you.
Great time.
This is my favorite sheet.
It's a whole thing on one, huh?
Because
you like it, John.
it's everything on one page. This is the county's entire budget, and so what this allows you and the public to do is look at what are the beginning fund balances that we're projecting for 2017 in all of our funds. What are the budgeted revenues, then inputs to each one of those funds. What are we requesting for appropriations or expenditures in each one of these funds? It also lists the transfers between funds, where are they coming from, where are they going. And then you have an ending fund balance so that you can see what the net change is. So where are we using savings? And it gives you and the public, I think, the opportunity to really zero in on where is our spending for at least that year exceeding the revenues going in, and to ask why. What are those going for? And what I find very important is to look at this fund balance as a percent of expenditures, because that gives you a measure, an immediate measure of fiscal health. And as Connie's already mentioned, according to the Government Finance Officers Association, 16.7% is a good measure of fiscal health in those fund balances. And so you can see, both in terms of the general fund, where we project to end with 41% fund balance to expenditures, and then for all our special revenue, or all our funds at 68%. Our recommendations to the board for the 2017 budget, and as you'll see throughout the 5-year plan, maintain a high level of fiscal health. Yes,
so John, the question the public always asks us is, what is the county's budget? And so I like to be able to say the general fund budget is, so I would say general fund budget is $35,923,000.
Correct. 35 million. Sorry, I was on the revenue side.
Yeah.
I get excited about these things.
And then I would say, but at the end of the day, our total budget expenditures is $101,248,000 based on all of our special revenue funds.
That's absolutely right.
Because they always wonder, they always think our general fund is $100 million, but we have so many special funds that it really kind of clouds the clear picture of what's black and what's white. Okay.
That's correct, and it also allows that easy discussion of where fund balance is getting used. So on this, we're showing that we're going to have a $308,000 decrease on general fund operating balance, but that is really related to, as Connie's already said, the health department recommendations. Plus, we have a transfer going from operating to capital to keep supporting these projects. Similarly, capital is going down. We're spending that down by $1.7 million, and that's because of the aggressive capital plan that we have in place. As you go down, you can see most of our funds are in surplus. The two biggies, we're proposing to spend down the housing fund balance, $9.9 million. We've been optimistic about that spend down in the past. We're hoping to land it one of these years.
We're working on it.
And similarly, right now the airport is showing a spend down with the projects. I will tell you that we are continuing to work on that budget, and I think when you see it come back to you in the core focus area, it will be in surplus.
The other area showing a negative there is the translator fund. There are so many projects going on, as you have been hearing about the different mountaintop sites, rebuilding our infrastructure there, which allows not only the TV and radio transmissions, but provides that infrastructure for broadband, and starting to build that for the rural areas of the county. One other area that we have pulled out separately, a little bit different from other years, if you look on the third line down, is Human Services. Human Services does have its own fund balance. We have rolled it up into general fund operations in prior years. We consider it part of the county's core focus of what we do. But we did want to pull it out separately this year because there's so many changes going on there. There are a lot of areas that the costs are increasing. For example, we do have a $105,000 increase in the cost of childcare. We have a lot more need, many more families that are using that program. And so we did just want to pull that out separately to show what's going on, particularly in that area. And then details will come in the subsequent meetings for all of these different special revenue and enterprise funds. Some of these numbers will get tweaked a little bit as we're going along through the process. We think that on most of these we're pretty close, but don't be surprised if the numbers change a little bit before we get to the end.
Just a kind of broad question. I'm not sure if it matters for the spreadsheet, but I'm just kind of wondering, out of something like the Open Space and Trails Fund, will that fund pay the health insurance for those employees that's not out of the general fund? But in terms of accounting for it, you can lump all the health insurance together at the bottom, and it doesn't matter which fund.
Well, so each department and fund pays the health insurance for their own employees.
Right.
So they all contribute into that. But then when we have a surplus, if we have used less in claims than the contribution made by all of the different funds, that's accumulated in the health insurance fund. So
Okay.
what you see in that fund balance is an accumulation over time. And remember that we are a self-insured county,
Right.
so that's our reserve for claims. But it is also we have a large fund balance there. We're working on different wellness programs and initiatives that will spend some of that.
Okay, and then the other question, I guess it relates a little bit, and maybe there'll be more detail later, back on that human service, because of the child care. I have been following a little bit the reallocation or looking at allocations. That, I don't know if it's really set in stone yet, that we might not receive a greater allocation and therefore not need as much general fund dollars.
Yeah, the information that we've received from the state has given us our allocation for the year, and it is nowhere close to what we'll be spending.
Okay, and we're not anticipating them having closeouts anymore. See, that's
So we are anticipating that we will be able
for
to
16, but not for 17.
So we're looking at the state fiscal year that ends in 2017. So it's really the year that's already begun and then ends in June of 2017. We are anticipating that we will be able to purchase some allocation from another county. We have built that into our budget. So that is part of our plan. And then we will have to wait and see until it's not until August of 2017 that they will close out. At that time, we'll know if the state's able to cover us more.
Yeah.
Usually, in past years, we've ended up better than budget in human services.
Yeah, and it's just that they're undergoing so much change right now with that, and the board's familiar. I've raised it before. Weld County is trying to get it changed so they can use all their excess dollars for additional adjunct services as opposed to putting them in the pool for closeouts. And the state has said they're not going to do closeouts anymore because they kind of want people to start having wait lists so they can show the state that we need to allocate more dollars to this program overall. And so there's just less assurance that there's going to be any sort of closeout. They just keep saying we're ending closeout, guys. So that really comes back to the board as a decision point at some point of, do we want to allocate additional general fund dollars for the lower?
And that is part of why I've pulled it out separately this year, because in prior years we could count on being mitigated or closed out in a lot of the program areas. And this year I really haven't built that in because things are changing, both on the state level, on our local level, among the counties, and there are so many moving parts and pieces. I didn't feel comfortable building in the larger closeout amounts that we projected in past years.
Perfect. I just wanted to kind of point that out as well for the board, that that's in flux.
Right, and so we've taken a conservative approach. And just note for the board, and when you look at a sheet like this, it's assuming we collect 100% of revenues, and it's assuming that we spend 100% really. And typically what happens is we tend to be a little bit conservative on both sides. While maybe not on a particular revenue, our overall revenue picture tends to be a little bit better than we project. We try and be right under that line. And on expenditures, we tend to spend a little bit less than we project. So typically this chart, when we bring it back to you, will actually look a little bit better when we're actually performing in the budget. But this is what we're asking you to say, this is what we're projecting in revenues and this is what we project to spend, and if we do that all, this is what your fund balance is going to look like. In reality, if I were to make a bet on it, I would say it's probably going to look a little better than this.
Yeah, because these are our best projections of where we are right now for 2016,
Right.
but obviously the year has not closed out.
Right. And John and I went back to look at, well, what did this chart look like last year? How close are we? How did we end up? And what we found is that the first 3 years shown on here, we're higher than what we were projecting last year at this same time. Then in the middle years on the chart, we're a little bit lower because we've added in more capital projects, including the purchase of a building in Basalt, which was not on our radar a year ago. And then a little lower in the out years. Again, we've set a fairly aggressive pace for some capital projects, which can be modified, or we can continue along that line.
So I have a question.
Yeah,
Somebody from Garfield County asked me, a resident of Garfield County, not somebody in the county government, what do we do when a department goes over budget? And I said, they don't. I said, they come back to the board for a supplemental budget request. So it's not like we just let them at the end of the year say, oh, by the way, we spent $300,000 more than we budgeted. We watch those budgets in all the different departments as they move along through the year. And if there's a need for more budget funding, they come back before the board and plead their case.
And we take that permission seriously. I mean, it is a malfeasance of office to, exceed that permission that you've given in terms of total appropriations. Now, we tend to control that at the fund level. But you're exactly right. That's why we come back and we have those conversations with the board when we have changes to the budget.
Well, this person seemed surprised at my explanation of what we do, because it was her feeling that that doesn't happen in other counties. I said, I don't know. I'm not privy to how other counties manage their budgets, but it's my understanding that this is what Pickens County does, and we're very proud of how we do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Please.
This is showing in graphic form the budgeted expenditures for all county funds for the proposed 2017 budget. It's a total budget, as Patty said, of $101 million, just over. And it gives a good snapshot to see where the funds are going to, what parts of the county. General fund operations is the largest area, almost 29%. Housing is fairly large with some capital projects possibly coming up. Ambulance district, they are planning to budget for a new facility. Airport has projects coming up. So it just gives a snapshot of what the distribution looks like between the different funds. And then we've added in a comparison with prior year. And the reason we did this is because it was such a different picture from last year. Last year, we had the budget for our sheriff and admin addition and the plaza remodel, just about all of that budget in 2016. And so when we looked at the whole picture, that was about a quarter of the overall county budget, and what a difference in 2017. Of course, in 2016, it wasn't all spent that year. We've only spent a very small amount. We're only just starting the project, and the project will be ongoing for the next 2 years. And so although the capital section looks smaller in 2017, the impacts of it are not that small. The impacts will be felt for the next 2 years, and we will be carrying forward budget over the course of the next 2 years for that project. And there are a number of other large projects that we budgeted in 2016 and will continue to carry forward the funds to be able to complete them in 2017. And so this is just to say that there is an impact, although the capital budget is smaller, the impact on staff, on our resources, on the whole county really is still felt in 2017, even though the budget looks a lot smaller.
Let me ask, because I know we're going to drill down on all these various departments more later, and this is just the introduction, so don't really need to quite go there, but I'm wondering, what is the difference in the general fund operations between 16 and 17? Because it's a little under $3 million.
Right. And there are a number of pieces to that. One of the bigger pieces has to do with a change in an accounting function. And our auditors this last year, when they were auditing our 2015 financials, asked us to change the way that we book the contributions from other public safety entities to our dispatch, our 911 call center. We have historically booked those as expenditure contras. That means they were booked as negative expenditures, not as revenues. And our auditors asked us to change and begin booking them as revenues. And so what that does is it makes our expenditures look like they've increased, and it makes it look like our revenues have increased. And the dollar amount is $763,000. So that's a fairly significant amount when it's not a real change that's occurred, it's just a change in how we're accounting it. I happen to like this change. I think it's more straightforward. It's a clearer way of seeing what our revenues and expenditures are. So I'm happy with it, although it does look like there's a bigger change. Some of the other things that are going into general fund operations are the first year of the proposed public health department. That's $267,000. In 2016, there were positions added both in the 2016 budget and then mid-year 2016. Those positions altogether are about $460,000, so that is an impact in the general fund. In 2017, we will continue with the 800 megahertz radio implementation and the purchasing of all of the radios for many of the different county departments. That's about a $300,000 increase. There's the increase in child care and some of the other human services programs. So it's really a whole bunch of different parts and pieces all put together that make up that increase.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it.
And so here, bottom line, what's changed? As I just mentioned, the expenditures are increasing. You see under general fund operations, a 10.85% increase to expenditures, as we just went through. There's also an 11.5% increase to revenue. Part of that increase to revenue is that accounting change for the dispatch contributions. And then the other part of it is that we are shifting sales tax from the capital fund to the operations side. We've changed the percentages back and forth each year. We've made shifts a little bit one way or another. And we're changing it this year from 48% to 56% of sales tax revenue in the operations. We felt that it made more sense to have an ongoing revenue source matching our ongoing operations, and then to take transfers from our operations into the capital as needed when our capital projects merit it. And so that's why there's the increase to revenue. It does not have to do with increased taxes. It is just a shift in the sales tax and then some other changes.
So again, when the public asks us, why do you have a 10.85% increase to expenditures? How do we defend that?
Mm-hmm. It's not a straightforward one-point answer. Part of it, again, is the dispatch change. That's getting close to $1 million. That is only for a change in the way we do our accounting. That's not an actual increase.
Okay, so that's...
But part of it is really the story. If you flip back to the pictures at the beginning of our presentation, what are we doing right now? We have a huge amount of capital projects and initiatives that are underway, both infrastructure and in other areas like human services. And we've found in 2016 that we need to be able to build the staff capacity to go along with those initiatives. And those initiatives don't stop with the budget that was only in 2016. They're ongoing in 2017, 2018, and as we go on into our capital replacement schedule. So one of the main answers is building the resources to be able to handle our capital projects and handle them well, and then to be able to provide the services for the citizens.
And the other thing I think that for me would be able to say, just look at what we're doing, and that is, it tells a story in itself as to why we have increased expenses right now.
And I'd note our overall budget is actually going down by 4%. So we're looking at it in terms of the funds, and we're trying to be transparent. And as Connie said, we've had both the accounting changes. We also have expenditures that fall into operations like the radio purchases. We also have staffing changes, whether it be the health department and those sorts of things that are being, I think, really driven by compliance with statutory requirements that changed, yes, back in 2008, but we're still working to catch up to those and meet those. And the contra is there's a cost to doing all these things, all those pictures that we showed. There's also a cost to not doing them. And I think that's what really got us to prioritize these big projects as the big rocks that we're trying to implement through these budgets. And we are going to have a few years that are really represent significant change for the organization, and it's reflected in the budget.
Well, because I think, and Brian can attest to this, when we went up for the road tax, that was the big part of that discussion, was the cost of not doing it, which panned out to be the cost of not doing it. So.
Yeah. The other thing, I think this might be a component of that, is that we're still paying rent throughout 2017 for temporary office locations in downtown Aspen. So your clerk, 2 different offices, that's pretty significant, let alone the payment on stubbies. It would have been rent, but now it potentially would be the payment on stubbies is an expense carried forward in that year for the temporary offices. So it's kind of the cost, as you're saying, of doing the projects. And then this also inherently, I would imagine, can't really capture grants we hope to receive or that we're pursuing. So whether they're on the broadband project or whatever, they would come back as a supplemental to the budget if we are awarded the grants.
Right.
We do try and capture those that we have high confidence in, but you're right, Rachel, we are finding out about grant opportunities all the time, and a lot of times we're not able to account for those in these numbers.
Okay, thank you.
And you see here, too, that the capital fund, the numbers are decreasing significantly. It may look strange, a 79% decrease to revenue and a 75% decrease to expenditures, but again, that's due to the sheriff and admin addition, the plaza remodel. The certificates of participation are in the 2016 budget, and the majority of the cost for the plaza building is in the 2016 budget, and so without those in 17, there's a very sharp decrease in the budget. But all of this, of course, is still maintaining a healthy fund balance of 41% of expenditures. So now we move on to revenue and resources. This year we did not bring our revenue projections to you earlier in the year. As we've been struggling, being a little short-staffed, our timing on things has not been exactly what we want it to be, but we're presenting them to you now. So this chart on slide 16 shows the different revenue projections that we used in this budget and 5-year plan. The top part is property tax. We're limited in how much we can increase in property tax by both TABOR, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and by the county's Home Rule Charter, and we need to take whichever one of those two measures is the most restrictive. The two components that come into play are both the prior year inflation and then also the growth in our property tax base. And so you can see it varies from year to year. We're estimating 4.6% in 2017, but the average is closer to 3.5, 3.6.
Okay.
On sales tax, our financial advisory board was optimistic, yet at the same time cautious. With so many things going on, both nationally, internationally.
Electorally.
They did not feel very confident projecting large increases in sales tax. I know the city of Aspen has projected a 3% sales tax increase. They felt good with the 2.5%. And so what we've done in our 5-year plan is we use the FAB's recommendation for the first 2 years of the plan, for 2017 and 18. But then for the out years, we returned it to our historical average for sales tax, which is 3.25%, and felt that, not knowing what might come up in the future, that was a better projection. Our investment income, in past years, we've shown it low to begin with, and then increasing up to 3.8% in the out years, thinking that at some point interest rates had to go back up. And after years of projecting that, and it never happens, kind of given up on it, and the percentages remain very low through the course of 5 years. They're not anticipating them to increase anytime soon. On community development fees, you'll see a 40% increase in 2017. John's going to explain some of that in the upcoming slides. But then in the out years, in past years, we used a 6.6% growth measure, which was inflation plus growth, with community development and fees being based on the cost of construction. And everyone knows that the construction inflation is a little bit higher than the regular. But here we've modified it a little. We're being more conservative. We've put 5% in all of our out years.
George?
Go back to that for a second. On the sales tax, do we have a comparison how we looked at the sales taxes projection like in 2015 to 2016?
Yes, and last year we projected 3.5% through each year of the plan. So we've gone a lot more conservative than we were last year.
Yeah, but has it held true, or in terms of the actual sales tax numbers that have come in? Because as you said, the city to date is up 5% in terms of their sales taxes. And of course, the biggest month, December, hasn't hit yet. But.
So George, I think if we're just jumping ahead a little bit. Sales tax is probably our second most elastic revenue source, so the one that is probably the second most difficult to project on an annual basis. But we've done a pretty good job over the last 5 years or so of kind of hitting that mark of, collecting a little bit more, but not a lot more than projected. And so really, I think what we focused on and what the FAB focused on this year is Colorado's economy is still doing well relative to the nation. The nation is still experiencing at least steady, although uneven growth geographically, steady growth overall. But a lot of our economy relies on what's happening internationally and our visitors, and there's just a lot more volatility there. So we tick that down to more of an inflationary increase. So it's almost assuming almost no increase in activity, but more of an inflationary increase on that sales tax for 2 years. Then if we took a look at, I believe it was 17 years, what has our average increase been, in that volatility, and that's where that 3.25% came from.
Because it'll be interesting to see the next couple of years with the with so much, with our ski company presentation earlier today, and they're moving ahead with a new limelight up in Snowmass and Base Village, and a lot of the lodge renovations here in town with the idea is going to be bringing in more business. That should at some point reflect in terms of higher sales tax numbers.
I agree with you, and I think as we may rebase, and so that percentage can apply to a higher base, if you will. And so, again, at this point in the budget process, I think what staff is recommending is to stay conservative with the revenue estimates. And hope that we do better and be a little bit more aggressive on the expenditure estimates and hope that we spend a little less. And that gives you guys the opportunity then to either accelerate capital or that's why that transfer piece into capital makes so much more sense to us, because then you can manage the pace of those capital improvements. But sales tax, we felt pretty good in terms of how we've been able to close that gap. ComDev revenues, I think, have been where we've struggled more, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
And for 2016, we are projecting that we'll be 3% over our 2015 numbers. That may be conservative, but then again, December is our largest month of the year, and we won't know that until February.
So probably one of our biggest challenges and one of our biggest conversations on the revenue side for the board and our recommendations is what we are proposing with community development fees. And I wanted to set the context because what we've typically done is we've looked at actual collections and such, and that doesn't represent the elasticity in this revenue source. And I don't think we fully appreciated the elasticity in this revenue source until we went back and took a look and really studied it a little bit. And so what this chart represents is the percent change on an annual basis from 2000 through 2015 actuals and what we're projecting in 2016. And what you can see, so that sales tax number we look at, the biggest change we've had historically is a negative 17% hit, which happened right
2009.
2009. Otherwise, we've been pretty steady. We have some volatility. But if we go back to ComDev, what we're seeing annually is anything from a negative 30% to a positive 40% or greater swing. It makes it very, very difficult to project this revenue source. So you'll see that where we're projecting is we've got one of these big troughs that tends to be followed by a bounce, but the bounces are hard to project. And so one of the things that you do, one of the things that we did is we had made a proposal to the board to change our fee structure in community development and to simplify that fee structure significantly, particularly for building. And so we get two variables. What's the value, and are we doing a good job there? And then what percent do we charge against that value? I think our challenge was the data that we were using at that point. We were chasing one of these peaks versus the valleys, and what we're trying to do is find something right in the middle. And so when we initially set that percentage, we were riding high in this cycle. And as you can see, it is very, very difficult to project. One of the things that we did this year that we had not done previously is a regression analysis, which is basically a way statistically of taking a set of data that has a really high standard deviation, a really high change from one point to the next, and trying to draw a more realistic trend line. It doesn't look linear at that point. It tends to bend and project in that way. And when we really took a look at what's been happening with this revenue source over time, we found that our initial recommendation for where to set that percentage wasn't correct in terms of how we would project to cover the full community development costs, as defined by the board. And so there's two things that go into that 40% increase that we're talking about. One is we expect to have some bounce back up, but not back up to the peak where it was before. And then the other is staff is recommending going from the 2% to 3% of value, which was staff's, ComDev staff's original recommendation. But when we were sitting up here, it seemed like it would spin off too much revenue.
Didn't we have a very, very lengthy discussion on that percentage? And I think the board, after lots of discussion, settled on the 2. So now we're going to be asked in this budget to bump it up 1%?
That's correct. And Patty, where that's coming from is what we were
last
looking
line on
at
the
in
chart.
that lengthy discussion, you know, when you look back, we're in 2015, we're looking kind of in this data range. Had we had not done that regression analysis that is talking about where we probably would have sat more down here, which would have suggested we needed a higher percentage on an ongoing
When we get
basis.
to that point in our budget discussion, I think we will have a lengthy discussion again.
Yeah, and you know,
I'm kind of surprised that our decision didn't last very long.
Well, it's not that it didn't last very long, it's more that we're seeing the results of it. At the end of the
Yeah,
chart,
but-
we're down 30%.
Well, we're seeing the way it was calculated, that it was different than what.
Well, and as I recall,
There was a higher recommendation
higher
for us, and
recommendation,
we
and we
cut it
decided
back.
to take more of a conservative approach just to see how that was going to play out. So,
right, and we had talked at that time that we may need to come back depending on how this played out. And part of the reason, Patty, I think that the board landed on that 2% is because we were in one of these peak periods or coming off one of those peak periods. And so that'll be a conversation. What staff is trying to do, we've got a really, really elastic revenue source here. I mean, when you've got, you know, a net of 70% swings from one year to the next, it becomes very, very difficult to project on an annual basis.
Right, and part of our discussion was, we don't want it to be fluctuating that percent from year to year, so I better rush and get my building permit this year because it's 2%, and next year it's going to be 3%, and that's not fair because I couldn't get my, you know, and that was one of the part of our discussion, is we wanted to have some consistency there for people in the development community who didn't want to say, well, where are you going to go next year, to 5%? So should we cram it all in while it's 2%?
And we heard that too,
Yeah.
and what we're trying to do is land on a percent that within this volatile environment will long-term produce the revenues that cover those costs. Because that 2% was set up here and not down here, that is the challenge. And so
So if it goes back up to, you know, the 50% next year, do we say, well, we can go back to 2?
No,
Oh, I
so
think that's when
what-
we're going to start stabilizing it with the
see, I wanna-
reserve for the
that's
ups and
what we-
downs.
Yeah.
That's where we were going with the 2 was to be
And so
stable.
what we'll add to this chart, I think, is trying to add that trend line that I was talking about, so that you guys, because what we will have to accept with community development is that we're going to have years of surplus, years where we're collecting more than we need. But based on what's happened historically, we know that's probably pretty quickly going to be followed by a year of deficit. And what we don't want to do is chase that up and down. And I think we've had a little bit of that tendency.
My only other question on this is, I had thought that we were hearing that ComDev was really was much busier this year in 2016.
Yeah.
In fact, we added staff to try to accommodate the increase in business. So why would that drop so much?
So there's a number of factors going into this. One, our new fee structure didn't go in until September, and so what we're seeing is that our old fee structure benefited folks who came in for change orders because those weren't calculated on value; those were calculated on a. So we're going to be getting out of this change order game to a certain degree, but we weren't out of there yet. And so I think, you know, that valuation piece was one factor. Two, there's a lot of remodels versus new construction, which have a lower value base, but they don't reduce the work volume. Three, one of the things I think contributes to this volatility is, there tends to be a true up at the end. And so while we might be busy issuing and starting inspections and clearing, a project may not finish in some cases for 2 or 3 years. So you might have a collection up front and a collection at the end, but you'll have potentially 2 or 3 years of inspections going on in between that's driving that volume. And so there is a disconnect right now between the volume and the revenues that are being collected. But that's always been our challenge, is we're collecting at a point in time, but the service may continue for 2 or 3 years. And so a lot of the volumes that we're seeing now, I think, are probably reflected in this spike, right? And then the workload is carrying over into future years.
Which will happen year after year. I mean, it's the cycle we know happens, so that's why I think we need to be cautious in looking at that percentage increase from 2 to 3.
Yeah. Michael?
So what is the explanation for the volatility?
It's a great question. I don't know that we've unpacked that explanation as much as it needs to be, Michael. I think in some cases it is probably that period between getting a building permit issued and the activity happening and going through the normal building cycles.
How does this? What would a chart of building applications be? It wouldn't reflect the same volatility, would it?
It would not reflect necessarily the same volatility. And the fee collections are kind of interesting because when you're on a smaller base, it doesn't really capture, and I think this is where we made our mistake, is it didn't really capture that percent change volatility that the other analysis does. Cindy, I don't know if you have anything that you
have to
need
come up to a mic
and,
if you're
and
going
add
to
it.
speak.
Sure. Yeah, it's a really complex equation when we're looking at volatility. And when you ask that question, I thought of volatility as something that's not sustainable. And with us, we have the variable of our turnaround times. And if we have, say, 100 requests for change orders versus 100 requests for new starts, our old fees were so low on those change orders, even though they may be massive change orders, 100 pages, 50 pages, 75 pages of plans that have to be reviewed, just like anywhere else maybe an average home might look like. We still have that workload and that turnaround time. So in my mind, the volatility is when we can't sustain a certain response to the public in terms of turnaround time. From our perspective, the volatility is, it's just the market that we deal with. And who knows, maybe we can get better at some projections in terms of our housing stock age, but it never seems to really follow any pattern for us, unfortunately. You could say, oh, well, so many things were built in the 70s, so their time is up. They need to be remodeled or they need to be demolished and rebuilt. And there's that tipping point for an investor in a home as to when that makes sense or not. And it just doesn't seem to follow any great trend for us. Who would have known that this year we would have so many change orders? But I guess in reflecting back, since we had such a great spike in 2013 with new development, those are just really playing out in this market. Average home a few years ago for us was taking 2.8 years to complete. So we're looking at maybe 3-year projects, and that's making some sense with some big change orders. So it's hard to predict. That's one thing in our office. We don't predict we don't have the ability to control, the intake in any given year. And so to me, the volatility is when you don't have that sustainable service level.
But that first chart was based on values, wasn't it? The volatility is the value of your construction. Isn't that what it is?
You know, it's
plays a
the
role.
percent change year over year, and so it's value would be a piece of that. But remember, this is under that old fee structure that had a really complicated. Some of them were set fees, some of them were based on value. I do think we're going to have a better handle on this going forward because we've simplified it a lot, and the board has some options here. Given this level of volatility, you know, can staff say for sure 3% is that right number versus 2% versus 2.5%? I do think 2% is probably too low because I think it was set with the wrong data. But is it 2.5%? Is it 3%? It is very, very difficult, you know, to model this over 5 years or project it over 5 years. So the 3% is probably a conservative number. What hasn't changed, I think, is the policy direction. The policy direction was the fee revenues should cover the cost of our building department. It should cover the cost of our current planning department. It should cover the deficits that we're seeing in environmental health. The board did give direction that long term we should be looking at covering the cost of long-range planning and such. That's more of a general government function. And so what we're trying to project against the same policy direction there. And the volatility, I think, has to do with when are folks acquiring property? What's happening with construction inflation at any given time? What's the nature of a project? Is it new construction or remodel, or, you know, because that changes the square footage costs, you know, that may be associated with a permit. So
if I could say, as we were putting both the expenses and the revenues for ComDev into our 5-year plan, the 3% level does match pretty well with the ongoing expenditures of community development.
And that's how we landed on that. Now, if this becomes more stable or more positive overall, then the 3% would be too much. So we're doing it based off of history.
Okay, guys, hold on one second. We only have 35 minutes left, and we're less than halfway through this packet. So I think we're going to have further conversations on this as we go further in, but this laid some really nice groundwork and got us all thinking about future questions about how to approach it. So perhaps we should just move on to more of the packet.
So building inspection fees, the pink square that you see on this graph is our projection for 2016. So you can see what a change we've seen this year. And then the blue line with the squares shows the budget in the past, and then our projection going forward with the 3% change in the moving to the 3% for the fees. In planning and zoning fees, also our projection is down below budget for 2016, and then you see a drop for 2017 in the out years, and part of that is because with the flat fee, some of the planning costs are wrapped up into the flat fee in the building inspection side. Sales tax we've looked at. General fund investments used to be a significant revenue source for us, but for a number of years it has not been, and our levels are projected to continue pretty low. Clerk's fees, you can see the actual line is the green, which has been going up more than budget, but now in 2016 is projected to be a little bit below budget. And this reflects the weaker real estate market. Their second largest revenue source for clerk's fees does have to do with the real estate market and the values of real estate transfers and the number of transfers. Treasurer's fees, we're on track. This also can change if there are new tax initiatives from other districts that are approved in this election year. And this chart shows the overall revenues for the general and capital funds. So this is combining general capital fund revenues. Sales tax is the largest area with almost 27% of our overall revenues. Property tax is 23% of our revenues. Property tax is a very stable revenue source. We normally get about 99.9% of the property tax bills are collected. Permits and service charges make up 21.6%. For the next budget meeting or one of the upcoming ones, there will be another section added into your budget binders which gives a revenue summary that goes into a little more detail on all of the different sources of revenues for the general fund. It has a good little narrative for each section, so that will be coming up in your packet within the next month. And then we come to the budget and 5-year plan for general fund operations. This one may be a little bit difficult to see. There's a slightly larger copy in your budget binder after the budget message, and that may be a little bit easier to see than this one. So in our budget and 5-year plan, we start with revenues on the top and list a number of the different revenue sources. And then we have expenditures in the middle and list different expenditure categories. And then down at the bottom, we have transfers between funds and then other transfers. In the columns, you see the 2016 initial budget and then the 2016 year-end estimate. The year-end estimate does include carry-forward projects that were carried forward from 2015. So you will see some changes there that are due to carry forwards. And then other supplemental requests that were presented mid-year 2016. And it also includes projections that staff has made for the year. 2017, the green column, this is our proposed budget. And then the out years, 2018 through 21, the revenues, we apply the percentages, which you saw earlier in our presentation. And for expenditures, we apply our projected wage increase, our projected health insurance, and then different inflation factors for the different types of categories listed under the expenditures. We have transfers between the general fund and other funds. Money coming in from the Healthy Community Fund to support senior services, for example. Those are shown down towards the bottom. So all of this comes to a net total. That total is about 5 lines up. It says annual operating surplus and deficit. In 2017, we are predicting a $405,000 surplus. Each year of this 5-year plan does show a surplus in general fund operations. Our total surplus over the 5 years is just under $2.4 million. And so we are in balance for our general fund operations. As we've mentioned before, we are moving a higher percentage of our sales tax into operations, 56%. And then down at the bottom, we are taking transfers out of operations into capital to fund our capital plan. What this allows us to do is react better both to economic situations and to potential capital projects that come up, or if the board has a desire to start building reserves rather than pursuing capital projects, we can adapt to that on a year-to-year basis, even mid-year, by the transfers that we have into our capital fund. And so you see the surplus, then down below the surplus, public health. The Board of Health, again, recommended funding public health for 2 years out of fund balance. You see that there, $267,000 in 2017. Transfers to the capital fund, $550,000 in 2017. And then down below at the bottom, it shows the effect on our operating fund balance. And this operating balance that is shown there, those numbers are the blue section. So the numbers you see, the $4.6 million ending balance, that is only the blue surplus revenue on the chart that we showed you earlier. This does not include our reserves, our Tabor reserve, nor our capital.
Okay. Any questions from anyone else on this page at this time? And we certainly can come back to things if you'd like to. I will ask, the transfer of fund balance to capital fund, is a lot of that essentially the certificates of participation payment, or what line item would that be?
Very good question. Part of it is. So built into our projected revenues in general fund operations are the lease revenues from the building and basalt.
Okay.
And so what we've done is roughly $250,000, we chose a round number, is the approximate amount of lease revenue. And so that's part of this transfer into the capital fund, because the lease payments are on the capital side.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing I'm thinking about vaguely for next year, and not for this year's budget by any means, but when we go for a variation from the 2016 initial to the 2016 year end, it might be good to find a way to track what those various approved supplementals were, because I'm kind of looking at one-time projects, and it went from 205 was budgeted up to 3,000,009, and it just would be good more for the public who are, looking through these and would have questions necessarily, and also good reminders for us of things we've approved throughout the year.
Yes, and we are talking about changing the way we present supplemental requests in 2016. We would like to group them together and only do supplemental requests at just a couple moments during the year so that we can present a larger picture to the board and be able to present that in light of our projections for the ongoing year and give a bigger picture, and rather than just having them trickle in little by little.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they trickled it. They came running in this past year.
Yeah, this year there was a lot. And we kind of had that heads up during last budget, but there's always the unanticipated as well.
And by the way, that one time is for the radio conversion to the 800 megahertz. And that is the full expenditure amount, which I believe was about $2.6 or $2.8 million. We do have some revenue sources coming in to cover part of that, but the expenditure was quite a large amount, and that makes up the majority of that change that you see there under the one-time projects.
Yeah, and you see under other revenues, $1.6 million roughly coming in that we hadn't anticipated before, and that
part of that is
tracks with
contributions
that.
to the radios. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll keep moving on.
Okay, so now we're looking at just the general fund. Before we saw a pie chart of total county expenditures, and this gives you a visual snapshot of what the general fund and capital fund together look like. Law enforcement is our largest section of this pie chart with 25% of the budget. Our total expenditure budget for both operations and capital is just under $36 million. And here again, we've given you the comparison from 2016 to 17 because there's such a dramatic difference. With our building project mainly budgeted in 2016, that was a full 50% of our expenditures, and now the capital spending is down to 19% in 2017. But again, don't be fooled by the way it looks. The work will mainly be done in 2017.
Yeah, and things like, again, just the clerk and elections office, it's not showing significant changes between the two pie charts. Where is the rent that we're paying for their temporary offices showing up? Is that in the...
Right. The rent, I believe, is actually in the capital part as part of the cost of
the project.
doing the building project.
Okay. Just kind of wondering why those individually didn't go up. But who else had questions? I see some. Patty.
Law enforcement's going from 14 to 25.
It's again part of the project?
Well, if you look at the dollar amounts, it looks like it's going from $7.7 million to $9.1 million. $763,000 of that is our accounting change in how we are recording dispatch.
Oh, again comes in.
So if you add that on, it's really a pretty small change in the law enforcement area.
It's because of those revenues we're getting from other entities that pay into dispatch.
That's right.
Okay.
And so
That
they
comes back to haunt us.
they really held their budgets fairly flat.
Okay.
There's not much of an actual change, and then of course the proportion changes for everything because capital is so much smaller of a proportion in 2017.
That's an explanation we may need when other departments go, wait a minute, how come they got this 11%?
We need lots of asterisks here.
Joey's going to wonder where that money is.
Yeah. He actually asked me to ask that question.
So we talked about this a little bit, and I try and be sensitive to time. Really, as we've gone through our Big Rocks discussion, if you track it from 2012 to today, that kind of 5-year plan period, we really started off focusing externally. How do we make investments in roads? There's a lot of pressure on that. How do we invest in services that the changed economic conditions were putting pressure on? Human services, elections, those areas received attention in those budgets. And then we focused on, okay, what are those infrastructure renewal and modernization needs that will make us sustainable as an organization? Where are we struggling? And that's where our facilities and information technology, our organizational capacity, where were we maybe too thin on our staffing levels, where could we make adjustments there? And then as the economy continued to improve, particularly locally and in Colorado, we got more and more pressure on recruitment and retention again, like we had experienced in the early 2000s. And so how do we make sure we stay competitive there? And so we started a lot in that 2015-2016 timeframe. And if you really look at 2017, the theme isn't one of big change, it's how do we finance these changes? How do we bring these changes to successful completion or conclusion so we can get back on a steadier glide path? We are doing a lot of projects right now, and we're doing a lot still to recover from the impacts of the Great Recession on pay plans and those sorts of things. We see these years as the years where we really catch up on those things.
Okay. So we've got our picture of Big Rocks on some of these slides as a reminder that this
There's
is really
no sand in there.
Yeah. We're going to look for another picture.
This is the implementation of those themes, those issues that were identified in the past. As we're proposing our 2017 capital plan, our 10-year plan, a lot of it is really carrying out those initiatives that we began. We're not going to go into detail on this today. That will be upcoming, a lot of it in our November 1st meeting. This does show our revenues at the top. Again, we're decreasing the percentage of sales tax that goes into the capital fund revenue, moving more of it to operations, but then down at the bottom in the transfer section, bringing some of it back in so that we can regulate what we're spending. Capital projects are easier to push out one more year, change the timing, change the pacing of what we're doing rather than on the operations side. On the expenditures in the middle, we have 4 main areas in the plan: information technology, vehicles, roads, and facilities. We'll go into more detail later. Down towards the bottom, you see that we have certificates of participation in 2016. This is our big revenue source for the building project. We have transfers. We've divided the transfers from operations into 2 different lines. One which is mirroring the lease revenues from the BOCC building, and then the other is just an addition to fund some of the capital projects. The ending fund balance down at the bottom reflects the red section of the chart that you saw earlier in the presentation. So again, this just details a little bit what we are proposing to spend in 2017, $2.1 million on roads and lists a few of the projects that are included in that. Facilities, $1.8 million. Most of that is a $1.3 million increase in the cost to the Plaza and Public Safety Building. Part of that is the utilities project that is currently underway with the City of Aspen. That's a good part of that $1.3 million. Also increased costs for asbestos abatement, and now also just construction inflation and working off of looking at actual bids rather than a projection from 1 year back.
We were really close on our construction estimates, so the inflation is probably a smaller percentage of that. Where that proposed increase is really coming is we underestimated the utility relocation. We didn't have a design on that, and I think if you've been out watching that project at all, it's a pretty large project. And we had not anticipated that when we did our initial budget. And then as Connie said, the asbestos abatement came in significantly higher than we had budgeted. The construction piece was within a couple percentage points, which is, pretty good, considering, we weren't working from design and such at that point.
What about
last year.
Veterans Park?
Veterans Park, actually, we're pretty close on that one. We had budgeted, I believe, around $350 for that, and it came in around $400. So in the total cost of that, $25 million, that's not moving the needle that much. Yeah.
I just would note, I got either an email or saw it in the newspaper this morning that CDOT is going to be paving some of that bad road from Castle Creek into the Highway 82 bridge next week. So, and they said at the request of Pickens County. So I thought that was nice. that maybe we won't have quite as big a pothole, speaking of roads, this winter.
So although the prior slide showed what we were planning for 2017, it's important this year to remember what is also in 16, because the effects of that are still being felt. So there will be, as we mentioned, large carry forward amounts from 2016 into 17 for our building. We have the purchase of the building in Basalt, the upgrade of the county's public safety radio system, moving to the digitally trunked radio system, expansion of wireless broadband and the infrastructure to support that. We also have the airport and environmental assessment, which is ongoing. So just a reminder that the impacts of 2016 will still be felt in 2017.
Isn't the 911, the dispatch, isn't
That's
that
actually complete.
done?
Yes, it is.
So,
Well, there's a few punch list items we heard today, but
so we're not carrying a lot into 2017.
No, that one won't be carried forward.
Yeah.
I'm going, wait a minute, I thought we just found out it was done.
There's a small amount that you might have heard Jeff talk about for, items to...
The 12 issues that didn't out of the 100.
There was that, and there's also just some budget that's going to be carried forward for unforeseen, that we need to make, improvements.
And make sure that we're still in the building out there.
So we're still looking at big rocks, and one of the big rocks was the organizational capacity. A lot was added in 2016. 2017 really does not have a lot of changes on the number of staff. General fund proposed additions, the first two on that list were actually recommended last year in our 2016 budget for implementation in 2017. The first is a best and brightest intern for 17 and 18. We don't know yet whether we'll actually be able to get one, but that was planned even back last year in our budget.
We have been offered the grant revenues through DOLA for that program.
I talked to
that'd be good.
Correct.
Next is a custodian for facilities. That again was planned last year for implementation in 2017. With the dispersed locations and facilities staff trying to keep up with all of us in our different locations, and then also with the new building then coming online in 2018, there's a necessity for that extra position. Then the next two positions for general fund, or actually three positions, all have to do with the Public Health Department, which the board has been looking at this fall. And that's the Public Health Director and 2 planners to start up that department. In other funds, there is one position proposed, and that's an environmental planner in open space and trails. And then there are a few other positions that have come up more recently. Right now, we're showing them as pending positions because we feel like they need further vetting, a little more analysis. These are positions that may be coming back to you. Some may be coming within the 2017 proposed budget. Some may be coming later on. But we wanted to put them in as a placeholder so that you're aware of what could be coming up. The first 3 positions, the first 2 bullet points, are an economic services supervisor and 2 economic services technicians in human services. Eagle County has decided to cancel the IGA that we have had with them. They have been providing our economic services for a number of years, and now we will need to bring that in-house. We are expecting that this will not have a budgetary impact, but it does have an impact in the number of FTEs. What was previously outsourced now will need to be brought in-house. We're also looking at the possible addition of a mechanic in fleet. There have been a lot of vehicles added, both for the landfill. The airport has a fairly aggressive schedule in mind for their vehicles, especially having to do with some of the safety vehicles, a fire truck and whatnot. And all of that is putting a lot of pressure on the fleet. And they may be at that tipping point where they need to add another mechanic.
And I believe we have some service contracts with other districts through the fleet, and we were assured at that time that, you know, it'd be kind of a wash, that they would be charged as necessary, and that this might push towards the another mechanic, but that we were going to make sure everyone was carrying their full load.
Right, that's correct.
Fire department?
Fire department is a good
Ambulance
example of that,
district.
yes.
And then the other point is airport security, and that's undefined at the moment.
Yeah, we're finding that TSA has established some new priorities and areas of emphasis that are likely going to impact our operations at the airport. We may need to make some adjustments.
So we'd have 2 airport security positions?
We'll come back
Okay,
on that, yeah.
just question mark.
The next big rock is employee retention, development, and recruitment. And there are a number of areas that we will be coming back later in November to discuss in more detail. Our compensation plan is what we presented last year in the 2016 budget. We were planning that in February of 2017 we would move to this merit-based pay increase system, where employees have a chance to receive anywhere from 0 to 5.5% increase based on performance and performance evaluations.
Until they hit the top of the range.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
A little more complicated
Doesn't
than that,
go on
but yeah.
indefinitely.
We have a 4% pool budgeted each year in our 5-year plan for the compensation. We are also working on the implementation of the classification and compensation study. We're getting results in, and there will be a need for some range adjustments. There are some positions that will be falling below the minimum of a market comparison in the range. And so we have built into our budget and 5-year plan $250,000 in the general fund, and then a little bit more in the other special revenue funds, for a total of $345,000 in order to be able to make some market adjustments. In benefits, there are not many changes. We're continuing to incentivize employees migrating from the open access plan to the high deductible health plan. And this is driven by changes with the Affordable Care Act and the upcoming Cadillac tax. One new point that is added in this year is a supplemental illness and accident plan. This will be free of charge for employees on the high deductible plan. And then the option of buying additional coverage for dependents or for other employees. The county cost to provide health insurance remains flat in our 2017 budget. We will be focusing on wellness initiatives. Some of the fund balance you saw earlier in the presentation for the health insurance fund, we do plan on spending some of that for wellness initiatives.
I would just say that third bullet point under benefits is what makes the first two big bullet points possible.
Yeah, yeah, no question about it.
Oh, this is me, isn't it? Sorry. Wasn't paying attention. So back to the bottom line. I'm not going to go through all of these again. We have a healthy budget. We feel like we've been able to touch on all of the big rock themes, whether it be our infrastructure, our services to citizens, our employees, doing the right thing for our employees. And we're able to fit all of that in with the proposed budget while maintaining healthy, very healthy fund balances and a budget that we think will serve our community well. The same is true of the 5-year plan for the general fund. You'll see operations have surpluses in every year. If you go down, sorry, I get my pointer here, to this line, we have surpluses. We have transfers that are going into the capital fund, which draw down some of that surplus. Again, if we run into some unforeseen economic conditions, what we would recommend is starting first by retiming some of our capital projects or replacements, and then if necessary after that, looking towards operations. By changing the ongoing revenues going into the general fund and managing capital through transfers of fund balance, we're just setting up the budget so that we can better manage those changes. And again, when you look at our fund balance charts, our operating fund balances are in surplus and growing. We are dipping into our discretionary fund balances, but we're dipping into them for all those things that we showed right at the beginning. Whether it be investing in our roads, whether it be investing in our facilities, whether it be investing in public safety radio and broadband infrastructure. We are making significant investments to better serve our community, and we're spending down some of the funds, discretionary funds, that we saved to do so. Again, if I were to take a bet, I think our picture is going to look better than this. We have a pretty consistent track record of coming back out with more fund balance than we project. I think we're tightening on that, but I still think we'll perform better than our budget projects.
Yeah, I think it's important to really pause for a second on that, because we are doing kind of your classic pay-as-you-go approach on a great many of these things, and so it's natural to see your fund balances go down. If we had been interested in keeping the fund balances up, we would have turned to the voters for new revenues or new sources or something, and we didn't. That was a very clear decision, and then living through a few lean years is just simply part of that. And I think that it's a good way to go. We've been able to cash flow a number of very significant improvements. So it is the decision we made, both to tackle this many projects and then how to go about financing them.
And Rachel, I think to your point, if you just look at a few big initiatives, buying the building in Basalt, the public safety radio infrastructure project, and throw one road project in there, you've explained your full fund balance.
Yeah.
And we're doing a lot more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and
So.
many of these things, such as the radio project, are leveraged in such a way that for what we're spending, we're bringing in almost as much money or more from others and from state grants to get this done.
Not more.
Not quite more, but
Yeah.
it depends on how many more grants we get. Others, comments or questions?
I just have a question. FAB, we have in the past have met with them. Have we not met with them for
So we
a while?
The board did not meet with them.
Yeah,
We did meet with them as the Finance and Treasurer Department this summer, and we sat down with them and went through all of the different projections, different measures. Tom Oken always brings in a number of different sources to look at and compare and talk through all of those.
Right.
We did not bring it to the board just for a matter of our own staff capacity and scrambling
Okay,
trying.
so maybe next
the
year
move
we'll-
down to basalt and everything else that's happened.
I think it'd be nice if sometime in the next year we have the opportunity, just because we haven't seen their smiling faces in a while.
Well,
We
and
will definitely do that in
That'd
the
be great.
future.
Yeah, and I think as our capacity gets built up and part of the change in finance is having more defined roles for budget and, financial operations, there's probably going to be an opportunity to incorporate the FAB more than we have historically.
That'd be
And we're
great.
going to be looking at that
Be a
too.
great board.
Yeah.
Just to finish, we believe and we think we'll demonstrate to you in our future presentations that we do touch on all the priorities that are established in the strategic plan, not just the big rocks, although those are a major focus. Staff is looking forward to explaining what we're proposing more to you in these future meetings.
Okay.
That's all we've got.
Again, any other potential questions? Steve?
Well, just a comment. I think it's really amazing that we're doing all of these projects and we're spending less money than last year by $4 million, and yet we're able to do all this stuff and continue maintaining services. So that speaks very highly to the proposed budget, what we've seen so far.
Thank you.
It's because they put it all in the budget for last year, so it doesn't show up on this year. They're very good.
There's a little of that there. But
They are very smart.
I want to take the opportunity to thank you, Connie, personally.
Good job.
On behalf of the board. We know we've been understaffed in the finance department, and you've been holding down 2 or 3 jobs, 5 or 6 hats, the whole deal. And we really appreciate that time and effort.
And she got married, and she bought a new house.
Yeah.
And she went
A lot
to
going on this
Japan and
year.
had those fish eat her feet.
It's been an interesting year. We do have some great
Well
staff.
deserved.
We do have some great staff coming on in the finance department, and hopefully in upcoming meetings we'll be able to introduce them to you. We're
Great.
really excited about what our department is going to be looking like.
Thanks, Connie.
Oh, good.
Thanks,
Very
John.
good. Thank you.
Excellent.
Is there anything else, John, before we adjourn?
No.
Okay,
nothing else.
we'll see
Tomorrow
our
at
quorum
noon
here
here.
tomorrow at noon.
Got it.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
For that long meeting we're going to have tomorrow.
The only thing I really have to work in somehow is getting my snow tires on my car.